what you do with all your money?
You see, I'm a guy with simple taste. I enjoy dynamite, gunpowder, and gasoline. What's this? And you know the thing that they have in common? You're a cheat.
And I heard a video of you telling another man, I'm gonna fly you out like one of my kids. So guess what I told you? I said, nah, I'm gonna drive. I said, I'm a different type of cat. I like to drive. Remember I told you that? I'll come to you. Don't worry about it. But then after I start seeing more of the way you bit, run your mouth like that. And I realized, I said, no, your male bravado is caught up in money. It's not caught up in masculinity. See, if you was masculine, you wouldn't be running around here starting fires with people. You speak when spoken to. Now, what I did was, and shout out to Corey Holcomb, I do not agree with Corey Holcomb putting his hands on a woman at all. But shout out to Corey Holcomb for at least being man enough that you put this out on the internet. He didn't come and look at my page and go, F you, Kwame, you doing this, you a sucker, you was on my, you know what? He didn't do that. Guess what? I gave a fair assessment of what I saw. And it's called an opinion, you so-called smart guy.
Believe that you tried to disrespect me now that I've been talking to you. I don't believe that. I believe that you are the way you are. I am the way I am. And it can clash if people are not educated on how to be around each other, because men can go to war over misunderstanding.
He's throwing an intellectual shot.
What am I doing?
So without saying it, he's basically saying, oh, you from a different space, so you don't get the way that we move over here.
I told you. Man of my word.
Over here or anywhere in the United States of America, and that's not a black thing. I'm talking about Caucasians, Hispanics, and Asians. Understand the respect level men must have when they're in front of each other, because it can trigger war. That's all I'm saying to you.
I understand everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing my entire life. Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting.
I don't go with.
Maybe I knew what you was gonna do before you did it.
Maybe. But I tell you what, that's a dangerous game to play, especially if you got a life that you live in. Because I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know it was gonna happen like that fast.
About no beef. I'm about money. Unless the beef is translating into money, then what we talk about? We too grown to be talking about some beef. Beef? Ain't no such thing as beef no more. It's to figure out how we can get more visibility for ourselves. But if we not working towards on no visibility, do your worst. I'm focused over here.
bump up the bed. You're gonna close this night out. So stop wasting my time.
If you not gonna do nothing, then stop wolfing. Either it's up or it's not. Nigga, it's either up or it's not. Or we might as well just go back to podcasting. Because that's all we are. We just podcasting and we content creators. Because don't nobody need nobody to put a battery in their back. I'm right here in front of your face. Let's shoot one. That's all for the internet, man. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. When he say study the video, go study the video. Nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. And I'm not, listen, I'm telling you, it is what it is. I would have beat the dog, I would have dog walked that nigga. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. His hands were shaking like a stripper. The nigga was scared. The nigga ain't want to do nothing. All of that woofing online, nigga, I'm right here in your studio right in front of you. Nigga, if you feel so disrespected, then do something. The fuck is you talking about? Nigga, that's all we do in Detroit is fades. Nigga, that's why I keep telling you. Nigga, that's all we do in the city is fades. That's all we do.
What are you doing? Too strong on me? You know, I think you got the wrong impression about me. I think in all fairness, I should explain to you exactly what it is that I do. For instance, tomorrow morning I'll get up nice and early, take a walk down over to the bank and walk in and see you. And if you don't have my money for me, I'll crack your fucking head wide open in front of everybody in the bank. And just about the time that I'm coming out of jail, hopefully, you'll be coming out of your coma. And guess what? I'll split your fucking head open again. Because I'm fucking stupid. I don't give a fuck about jail. That's my business. That's what I do.
Look, I told you, man of my word.
He talking about how he ran up on this LA, homie. You think you got a pass to come back here after saying that? Homie, I know these boys out here. These boys out here operate in chaos. It ain't supposed to make sense. That's how they do it out here. We do it out here. We operate in chaos. Chaos. So I'm just telling you, you think you got me, homie. You did more than me. This building was built off the backs of brothers who got it in the streets of LA. And you came up here disrespecting and bragging on it. If you knew who walked through these doors and went up them stairs to smoke with the people who founded this place, you wouldn't have did that. But I'll let the streets show you. You can't perpetrate like you tough on the video and not get them motherfuckers gonna come see what you about, homie. I know they are.
Are you gonna go in there? You're gonna bump up the bed. You're gonna close this night out. Stop wasting my time.
Let me tell you what I don't like. I don't like when people attack the people around me and they don't keep it on me. See, when I go off on people, whether I'm right or wrong, I'm going at them. When I go off on people, I go at them. When somebody attack my daughter, wife, any of that type of stuff, it don't matter what I did. It don't matter what I did. Because that's, for me, the rules of engagement is you keep family out of it. So for me, like, again, the rules of engagement is that you keep family out of it. Unless they are a content creator or unless they doing all of that, then, you know what I'm saying? If they just regular civilians, you keep regular civilians out of it.
What do you do with all your money?
You see, I'm a guy of simple taste. I enjoy dynamite, and gunpowder, and gasoline. What's this? And you know the thing that they have in common? You're a cheap.
When I was in your grill, you did not say it. That's why I told D to move. I'm like, oh, I'm finna bust this motherfucker. This think I'm joking? And I kept getting him out. Boy, you use your paper to bitches you would normally never be around. You an ugly ass boy. You an ugly ass boy. You brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter? A brag on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened to you? It's crazy. That's the broad. Y'all can get the broad off. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Nigga,
that's Cool Mo daughter.
That's who?
Not Cool Mo D, Cool Mo daughter.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, nigga, let me tell you something. Don't make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while. If you don't know, nigga, don't ever brag on no motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the screen. Get dude off the screen, man. Who the fuck is that, nigga? This motherfucking cat. I'm the captain now. Look at it. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, y'all. You gotta make it where your shit come out with a boy, so you can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock, cause ain't no bitches fucking with you. He was on the internet bragging, I always got a pair of bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you, nigga. You ain't no nigga who got bitches. You buy bitches.
I'm only burning my half. All you care about is money. This town deserves a better class of criminal. And I'm gonna give it to them. Tell your men they work for me now. This is my city. Why don't we cut you up into little pieces and feed you to your pooches? And then we'll see how loyal a hungry dog really is. Everything burns.
Look around you. You see two councilmen, union official, a couple of duty cops, and a judge. Now, I wouldn't have a second's hesitation in blowing your head up right here and right now in front of them. Now, that's power you can't buy. That's the power of fear. I'm not afraid of you. Because you think you got nothing to lose, but you haven't thought it through. People from your world have so much to lose. You've never tasted desperate. Trying to prove something to yourself. This is a world you never understand, and you always fear. just don't understand.
You don't know what long-term damage that can make. Our entire life, we've done everything to protect our child, ensured that she never, ever, ever needed anything whatsoever for me and my family. And at this point, I've been advised not to say anything else about it. So that's all I've been authorized to say. Had a couple emergency phone calls. The only thing that I can say at this point is that I can't say anything else about it. First, I need to go and make sure that my daughter is okay. And so it's a lot of tests. I'm not sure if she got to get pulled out of school for the rest of the year. This may affect her in that way. So I have to make sure that she's okay. She's no longer safe even going to school anymore. We gotta protect our babies. Under no circumstances will I ever allow for my daughter to go under. So wait a minute. Are you guys telling me, some of you, because I see the overwhelming majority of you are logical, are you guys telling me that it is okay for people to go after underage children? I have to figure out how to pick up the pieces. I have to figure out how to pick. Corey, he won. Corey and Craig, you win. You win, I give up. I have to figure out what collateral damage happened after that. You guys win. I gotta figure out how to pick up the pieces. Family is in shambles. Daughter is in shambles. Literally having my wife take her over to get evaluated and figure it out because crying inside of the principal's office trying to figure out what to do.
So whatever he's planning is big, and I want in.
Well, I already know what he'll say. That we should kill you.
Yeah. Hey, salute. Welcome to the show, everybody. We are simulcasting live in Auntie's The Boiler Room. Y'all forgive me. That is the ghetto-fied, as Anton would call it, the dusty-ass version of that edit. You know what I'm saying? New edit coming soon. But yeah, man. That's pretty much all of that shit in a nutshell without playing all of the D-sucking shit. Shout out to Freezy. Shout out to Chicago Rilla. Shout out to DJ Cuda who pulled up on DJ Witch Doctors just a moment ago. We're going to talk about all of that. We're going to talk about Old Man and Spear versus N1ggaz. Oshay Duke Jackson has been going the fuck in on Anton Daniels over the last few days. He is not pulling no punches. And hey, rightfully so. Y'all already know my take on the situation. All right. Just what Young Jay said in the chat earlier. How is your daughter not safe based on the comedian roasting her? I want to know, how is your daughter not safe just based on your ass going out to LA with bodyguard and fucking security, but yet your daughter and your wife ain't safe, nigga? I think you should have thought of that before you ran around talking that shit about how you would have beat the dog shit out of Corey. Because the man said he a dirtbag. You say you a chess player. I said this on DJ Cuda's the other night. You a chess player, right? So chess players are supposed to think 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 moves ahead. And they're supposed to specialize in counter strategy, right? That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to specialize in counter strategy. Think about all of that, right? But you weren't thinking, fam. You obviously didn't think things through. Just like we played in this track. Like, what you thought you had nothing to lose. You said it was about visibility and gaining more visibility and traction for yourself and going viral. What you have to lose, you had everything to gain. But just like old boy said, people from your world have so much to lose. You haven't thought this through. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of folks just kind of like hold back when they be saying shit. On the internet, some people just hold back. They don't really say much because people got lives. People got family members. Folks got jobs. People got shit going on in their lives. All right. And they even said this in superhero movies and shit. It's like, what the fuck, Spider-Man, Batman. It's like, yo, you wear a mask, not because you scared. You go out here fucking fighting criminals and all that other shit. You ain't scared of none of these motherfuckers. The mask is not to protect you. It's to protect those you care about. Right? That's why I played the part where Anton said to Corey, hey, I calculated everything. I knew you. I knew what you was gonna do before you even did it. Those are Anton's words, right to Corey directly. So apparently, you was supposed to know all of this shit was about to go down like that. You was gonna know that he was about to shoot all of them shots at your family, at your daughter. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker was about to put you out there for having Mika and shit with you, and your wife ain't there, and all of this other shit. And even if you're not boning the bitch, which I mean, if you not, bro, you a simp to the 15th power. No way in hell, no nigga in his right mind that actually loves the feeling and effects of vagina, okay, is going to be traveling all over and across the goddamn country with this chick right here. I'm about to put her ass on screen. You know what I'm saying? You are not flying around with this chick right here, and your wife ain't nowhere to fucking be found, and you ain't fucking that bitch. Real shit. I'm just keeping it 100 with you, bro. That is a double-edged sword, bro. Either you fucking that bitch, and you just a dirtbag motherfucker. You know, you just a dirtbag motherfucker that got your wife and your kid at home unsafe, while you are traveling with this bitch and you got all this security and you popping all of this shit, or you just a simp to the 12th fucking power and you doing all of that shit that I just mentioned and you not fucking this bitch. Either way, that's an L, nigga. Either way. Okay. That's what Aries Queen say in the chat. She like, hey, she believed that this nigga is paying for first class flights, hotel stays, trips to Vegas and California, and that nigga's busting all that shit down. And hey, nigga ain't getting no, hey, he ain't fucking that bitch. That nigga's just I don't know. That nigga's just got her around. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. But either way, you're not gonna be able to school niggas on this shit and shout on this shit when it comes to manhood. And again, shout out to Freezy, shout out to Chicago Rilla, Oshay going the fuck in on this nigga for real. You talking about I'm a Christian, I'm a conservative. Since when do you go around and use the internet as a vessel and live platforms to totally disrespect the institution of marriage you've entered into? That is bullshit. That is some disrespectful shit. You rolling around with this chick and you got your wife and your daughter at home. And somebody mentioned that in my chat just a moment ago. Now you want to sit on color as well. The only reason why you going at my daughter is because she's a dark-skinned woman. No, they going at your wife and your daughter because they're your wife and your daughter and you popped all of that shit. That's it. Had you not been popping that shit, Had you not been quick to go in on other motherfuckers' wives and daughters, calling them fucking dusty and ugly and all of that other shit over the years. Had you not went on that damn tour, pulling up on everybody's platform, Jason Whitlock, the Philosophical, your own platform, fatties, whatever, telling everybody, hey, I would have beat the dog shit out of Corey. I knew that nigga wasn't going to do nothing. No, nigga, we saw it. This is you. This is you. This is not photoshopped. This shit is not altered in any way, shape, or form. This is you, Anton Daniels. This is you. You are clutching that microphone not to use it as a weapon, but to speak louder into it. You are remain seated. You are remain seated all as well, ass nigga. When faced with a fight or flight situation, the only thing that you could think to do was remain fucking seated. I'm telling you niggas, is this your king? Niggas tried to tell me, and I said this on my Sunday show, I'm sick of arguing with motherfuckers. I'm done arguing with motherfuckers. If you're going to tell me that this is a win, if I can even get this still shot, if this still shot exists, how the fuck is this a win? Oh, well, he knew what he was going to do. I don't know if fuck you knew what he was going to do or not. That's a little too close, man. That's a little too close. Nobody, hey, dad, mom, uncles, grandma, grandpa, they all teach you, older brothers, younger brothers, they teach you this shit when you about 7, 8 years old, motherfucker. You ain't supposed to let nobody get in your motherfucking arm's reach. Because if they're in your arm's reach, that means you're in theirs. And you lucky Corey wasn't me or any of the niggas I fuck with. And I ain't even no tough guy, no gangster. I ain't even gonna pretend to be. But I get that close to you, I'm about to snuff you, man. And you still sitting down? Ain't no more talking at that point. No, Auntie. Look at Anton's left hand. He was about to knock dude out with his mic. No, he wasn't. Because the only thing that nigga Anton had to say right there was cool. Let's talk face to face. Yep. That's it. He wasn't gonna do nothing. Maybe Corey wasn't gonna do nothing either. But just like Corey said in that opening clip, that's a dangerous game to play. Very dangerous game to fucking play, man, with your face. I told y'all that shit is like that shit would have been like punching a birthday cake. Whole shit would have caved in. You defenseless. You sitting down. The fuck you on? Like you can't do shit. That's why everybody's saying, nah, man, when that nigga get up, I got to get up. Ain't none of that. You take a step toward me, I either got to take a step or two forward or a step or two backwards. That's not no fuck chess play, nigga. You got reflexes? As a man, you got reflexes? I know niggas from Detroit. They wouldn't have allowed no shit like this. And I ain't even saying you got to be tough, you got to fight, none of that shit, man. But damn, at least dip. You ended up leaving the show anyway, so you could have just dipped right there. Ain't none of that, I'm going to pop more shit and then, hey, you want to take, we could just put the mics down and take this outside. Man, fuck up out of here, bro. If you know that's gonna be the end result, because you a chess player, you thinking 4 or 5 moves ahead. You already know. Look, I'm about to leave this show anyway. Motherfucker just threatened to fucking fight me. That came up in my face. You know what I'm saying? With all that motherfucking hand action and all of that shit. Man, I'm about to just dip right now. That's when you just drop the mic. You leave right there. But you did neither. Like I said, these fuck niggas. I used to deal with this shit a lot back when I used to play the cards and shit, play poker and shit. You know, you give a motherfucker the call or fold option. I'm sorry, you give a bitch the raise or fold option, and they always just call. It's like, bro, you only had the option of A and B. How the fuck do you still choose C? Like, you had the option of fight or flight, and you still chose froze. Like, you still chose to freeze. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Like, come on, man. Let me pull up these clips, man. Because this is some wild shit. Y'all forgive me, man. Let me get a few of these clips up here. Because I didn't even plan on doing this shit. But yeah.
That you tried to disrespect me now that I've been talking to you. I don't believe that. I believe that you are the way you are. I am the way I am. And it can clash if people are not educated on how to be around each other, because men can go to war over misunderstanding.
He's throwing an intellectual shot right now.
What am I doing?
So without saying it, he's basically saying, oh, you from a different space, so you don't get the way that we move over here.
Over here or anywhere in the United States of America, and that's not a black thing. I'm talking about Caucasians, Hispanics, and Asians understand the respect level men must have when they're in front of each other, because it can trigger war. That's all I'm saying to you.
I understand everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing my entire life. Okay. Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting.
I don't go with.
Maybe I knew what you was gonna do before you did it.
Maybe, maybe. But I tell you what. That's a dangerous game to play, especially if you got a life that you live in. Because I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know it was finna happen like that fast.
Yeah. Had no clue. Had no clue it was even gonna happen that fast. Ain't that about a bitch? Now, through the magic of television, right? Through the magic of television, hey, it's a dangerous fucking game. Yeah. Remember, I said that. Everybody tried to tell me, oh, but Anton already knew what that man was going to do and all of this other shit. Nah, homie. Nah, homie. Nah, homie. You didn't know what he was going to do. Because now that nigga got, the wife and your daughter on fucking t-shirts and selling them shits as primates and shit. You got your colleague Mika getting questioned about some bullshit. Yeah. Just getting questioned. Hold up, wait, there's more. Queuing these up, not quick enough, but we got him. Yeah, he didn't know.
Long-term damage that could make. Our entire life, we've done everything to protect our child, ensured that she's never, ever, ever needed anything whatsoever. Pray for me and my family. And at this point, I've been advised not to say anything else about it. So that's all I've been authorized to say. Had a couple emergency phone calls. The only thing that I can say at this point is that I can't say anything else about it. First, I need to go and make sure that my daughter is okay. And so it's a lot of tests. I'm not sure if she got to get pulled out of school for the rest of the year. This may affect her in that way. So I have to make sure that she's okay. She's no longer safe even going to school anymore. We got to protect our babies. Under no circumstances will I ever allow for my daughter to go under. So wait a minute. Are you guys telling me, some of you, because I see the overwhelming majority, are you guys telling me that it is okay for people to go after underage children? I have to figure out how to pick up the pieces. I have to figure out how to pick. Corey, he won. Corey and Craig, you win. You win, I give up. I have to figure out what collateral damage happened after that. You guys win. I gotta figure out how to pick up the pieces. Family is in shambles. Daughter is in shambles. Literally having my wife take her over to get evaluated and figure it out because crying inside of the principal's office trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah. Now your family is in shambles. Your daughter is in shambles. All of that shit. Now that was a shitty editing job, bro. That was a shitty one. We ain't done. I got more. You know?
Let me tell you what I don't like. I don't like when people attack. What I don't like. I don't like when people attack the people around me and they don't keep it on me. See, when I go off on people, whether I'm right or wrong, I'm going at them. When I go off on people, I go at them. When somebody attack my daughter, wife, any of that type of stuff, it don't matter what I did. It don't matter what I did because that's for me. The rules of engagement is you keep family out of it. So for me, like again, the rules of engagement is that you keep family out of it. Unless they are a content creator or unless they doing all of that, then you know what I'm saying. If they just regular civilians, you keep regular civilians out of it.
You hear this nigga? That nigga said, it don't matter what I do. It don't matter what I do. You ain't supposed to go at my family because of whatever type of disrespect I decide to hit you with. Now, keep in mind. Make sure this shit is straight. Yeah, you bring that shit up.
Talk about no beef. I'm about money. Unless the beef is translating into money, then what we talk about? We too grown to be talking about some beef. Beef? Beef? Ain't no such thing as beef no more. It's calculated moves to figure out how we can get more visibility for ourselves. But if we not working towards on no visibility, do your worst. I'm focused over here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what's important? Visibility, views. I told you these niggas was willing to get punched in the face for views. Not a sound content strategy, man. Not at all. Not a very smart content strategy at all. Because it's unsustainable. You only got one face, nigga. And God forbid you actually have to go live or do videos without facing the camera. You know you got to cam up and shit, because if you don't cam up, you'll have to call the fucking stream dusty and shit. So what if somebody Geraldo Rivera's your fucking ass, man? Fuck you about to do? Fuck you about to do? You know? Ain't nothing you can. That's what I'm saying. Y'all remember that shit? Somebody do some shit like that till you have you all fucked up. You know, out here. That's what that shit was supposed to lead to. Talk about you knew what he was gonna do. Man, I know scary ass niggas that would have bust that nigga dead in his shit. Knew. You better tell him, bro. You really think, bro, if you'd have got that close to a nigga and he popping all that shit, it's like, bro, I didn't even want to hit you, but I didn't expect you to stay seated. Now I ain't got no choice. Like, now I kind of have to hit you. So you lucky, nigga. For real. But I don't see how you supposed to be worried about your family and all of this shit now when this was you.
If you're not gonna do nothing, then stop wolfing. Either it's up or it's not. Nigga, it's either up or it's not. Or we could just we might as well just go back to podcasting, because that's all we are. We just podcasting and we content creators at this point. Because don't nobody need nobody to put a battery in their bag. I'm right here in front of your face. Let's shoot one. That's all for the internet, man. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. When he say study the video, go study the video. Nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. And I'm not, listen, I'm telling you, it is what it is. I would have beat the dog. I would have dog walked that nigga. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. His hands were shaking like a stripper. The nigga was scared. The nigga ain't want to do nothing. All of that woofing online. Nigga, I'm right here in your studio right in front of you. Nigga, if you feel so disrespected, then do something. The fuck is you talking about? Nigga, that's all we do in Detroit is fades. Nigga, that's why I keep telling you. Nigga, that's all we do in the city is fades. That's all we do. Entire life, we've done everything to protect our child, ensured that she's never, ever, ever needed anything whatsoever. Pray for me and my family. And at this point, I've been advised not to say anything else about it. So that's all I've been authorized to say. Had a couple emergency phone calls. The only thing that I can say at this point is that I can't say anything else about it. First, I need to go and make sure that my daughter is okay. And so it's a lot of tests. I'm not sure if she got to get pulled out of school for the rest of the year. This may affect her in that way. So I have to make sure that she's okay. She's no longer safe even going to school anymore. We got to protect our babies. Babies. Under no circumstances will I ever allow for my daughter to go under. So wait a minute. Are you guys telling me, some of you, because I see the overwhelming majority of you are logical, are you guys telling me that it is okay for people to go after underage children? I have to figure out how to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, nigga. On the internet, when you do all of that motherfucking woofing, just like you said, yeah, if that's what the fuck they want to do, nigga, it's up to you to protect your goddamn family when you build that platform for your fucking self and you decide to use it to say you would have beat the shit out of somebody. Motherfucker, it's okay for them to do whatever the fuck they want to do to you. See, that's the thing about this internet shit, and I done been through my shit on here. We done seen all types of shit go down on this motherfucker, and that's the goddamn problem. I know I've been saying it for years, and it's always these motherfuckers that want to hang on the title of troll. Remember that shit? That's why I say internet niggas versus niggas on the internet. You want to hang on the title of troll. And people tell you, hey man, leave me alone. Stop it. Stop it. Leave me alone. You give them a warning, 2 warnings, 3 warnings. They still don't stop. And then you decide to accompany them on a trip to hell. And then they want to cry like a victim. Ain't that a bitch? Yeah, this nigga went full BWE. This nigga went full Me Too. What up, Gail at night? Kevin Kelly? For real, this internet shit is a motherfucker these days. Kids will cry when they get roasted in a Call of Duty campaign. They don't give a fuck. Yeah. It get bad. That's what they used to say, King Paris. All's fair in love and war. But people be like, oh, this ain't really war. This is the internet. And just like this nigga Anton said, I thought the rules of engagement say, nigga, gloves are off once I'm engaged. That's why I would prefer that you leave me alone. Now, I'm not an advocate for Corey in this situation, nor am I an advocate for Anton in this situation. I believe they both took a L. I'll stand on that shit. But Corey did give you a warning. I'm going to pull that back up.
To disrespect me now that I've been talking to you. I don't believe that. I believe that you are the way you are. I am the way I am. And it can clash if people are not educated on how to be around each other, because men can go to war over misunderstanding.
He's throwing an intellectual shot right now.
What am I doing?
So without saying it, he's basically saying,
you see this shit? That motherfucker telling them, like, look, men can go, like, bro, do you understand? Like, you just disrespected a fucking man, and I don't think you're ready for what the fuck can come of this shit. And this nigga Anton's still trying to do some YouTube Lapeef show, Room 9, Fight Club panel shit. And he tried to tell you. Listen to this nigga. You understand what I'm saying? Trust me, Aries. I know I ain't got no platform as big as Anton Daniels or as big as Corey Holcomb's, but I've been there. And each fucking time. And real shit, I've been through this shit in real life too, but each time a motherfucker start fucking crying. Why you do that to me? It's like, bro. Nigga said leave me alone. I've always given a warning. So real shit, this is Corey's warning right here, and this nigga didn't even take heed to that shit. This nigga still think this shit is a debate. It's like, nah. The lines of disrespect were crossed. I know people gonna be like, yeah, but Corey told him that he kisses Caucasian white man, you know what I'm saying, Caucasian male ass. So all Anton did was such and such, and that's not disrespectful. You know what disrespect is? Disrespect is whatever the motherfucker who feels or says they were disrespectful, that they were disrespected, says it is. That's it. Once the lines of disrespect are crossed, that's it. Gloves are fucking off. So once you establish yourself as an opponent, or your opponent is now established, you can't tell your fucking opponent how to deal with you. Or you can try. You could try.
Over misunderstanding.
He's throwing an intellectual shot right now.
What am I doing?
So without saying it, he's basically saying, oh, you from a different space, so you don't get the way that we move over here.
And look, and Anton's even saying, look, I actually understand what you just said. I just don't give a fuck.
Over here or anywhere in the United States of America, and that's not a black thing. I'm talking about Caucasians, Hispanics, and Asians understand the respect level men must have when they're in front of each other, because it can trigger war. That's all I'm saying to you.
I understand everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing my entire life. Okay. Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting.
I don't go with.
Maybe I knew what you was gonna do before you did it.
Maybe, maybe. But I tell you what. That's a dangerous game to play, especially if you got a life that you live in. Because I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know it was finna happen like that fast.
And then the nigga still proceeded to pop shit. Like, what the fuck more? Like, come on. So all that you went too far shit? Nah, bro. And no, you're not a victim.
What I don't like. I don't like when people attack the people around me and they don't keep it on me. See, when I go off on people, whether I'm right or wrong, I'm going at them. When I go off on people, I go at them. When somebody attack my daughter, wife, any of that type of stuff, it don't matter what I did. It don't matter what I did, because that's for me. The rules of engagement is you keep family out of it. So for me, like again, the rules of engagement is that you keep family out of it. Unless they are a content creator or unless they doing all of that, then you know what I'm saying? If they just regular civilians, you keep regular civilians out of it.
Let me get that clip without the music in there. Y'all gotta forgive me. I wasn't prepared for this. But yeah, now you hear that shit? Now all of a sudden you want to establish the rules of engagement after you've already been warned and after you proceeded to pop hella shit. Right? Keep in mind, this is what led to this shit.
You not gonna do nothing, then stop wolfing. Either it's up or it's not. Nigga, it's either up or it's not. Or we might as well just go back to podcasting. Because that's all we are. We just podcasting and we content creators at this point. Because don't nobody need nobody to put a battery in their bag. I'm right here in front of your face. Let's shoot one. That's all for the internet, man. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. When he say study the video, go study the video. Nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. And I'm not, listen, I'm telling you, it is what it is. I would have beat the dog, I would have dog walked that nigga. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. His hands was shaking like a stripper. The nigga was scared. The nigga ain't want to do nothing. All of that woofing online. Nigga, I'm right here in your studio right in front of you. Nigga, if you feel so disrespected, then do something. The fuck is you talking about?
See what I'm saying? This nigga got so tough all of a sudden. This nigga, I said this shit the other night. This nigga started using bad grammar and shit. The fuck is you talking about? This nigga don't even use bad grammar. That nigga just became somebody else real quick. Listen to this
like
shit.
A stripper. The nigga was scared. The nigga ain't want to do nothing. All of that woofing online. Nigga, I'm right here in your studio right in front of you. Nigga, if you feel so disrespected, then do something. The fuck is you talking about? Nigga, that's all we do in Detroit is fades. Nigga, that's why I keep telling you. Nigga, that's all we do in the city is fades. That's all we do.
Yeah. Funny you say that, right? Does that look like a nigga that all he does is phase? All we do is phase. Like real shit, fist in the camera and shit. It's easy to say that shit into a fucking microphone and a camera, but when a nigga was in your fucking face, this is all I see. That's what I be saying, man. You play this clip again without no music. Hold up. There we go.
What I don't like. I don't like when people attack the people around me and they don't keep it on me. See, when I go off on people, whether I'm right or wrong, I'm going at them. When I go off on people, I go at them. When somebody attack my daughter, wife, any of that type of stuff, it don't matter what I did. It don't matter what I did, because that's for me, the rules of engagement is you keep family out of it. So for me, like, again, the rules of engagement is that you keep family out of it. Unless they are a content creator or unless they doing all of that, then you know what I'm saying? If they just regular civilians, you keep regular civilians out of it.
Funny you say that, right?
Talking about how he ran up on this LA, homie. You think you got a pass to come back here after saying that? Homie, I know these boys out here. These boys out here operate in chaos. It ain't supposed to make sense. That's how they do it out here. We do it out here. We operate in chaos.
Man.
Chaos. So I'm just telling you, you think you got me, homie. You dissed more than me. This building was built off the backs of brothers who got it in the streets of LA. And you came up here disrespecting and bragging on it. If you knew who walked through these doors and went up them stairs to smoke with the people who founded this place, you wouldn't have did that. But I'll let the streets show you. You can't perpetrate like you tough on the video and not get them motherfuckers gonna come see what you about, homie. I know they are.
And the thing is, I'm like, you ain't even gotta be a street nigga to understand that shit. Like, you ain't gotta be no street nigga. You ain't gotta be no gangster. None of that shit to just understand. Hey, certain motherfuckers, bro, you don't antagonize. You don't go shooting dice with Debo because you can't win. It don't matter if he crap out. Any of that shit, bro. You know? That shit don't matter. That nigga about to fucking just take your money, man.
In your grill. You did not say it. That's why I told D to move. I'm like, oh, I'm finna bust this motherfucker.
He's real shit.
This think I'm joking? And I kept getting him out. Boy, you use your paper to fuck bitches you would normally never be around. You an ugly ass boy. You an ugly ass boy. You brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter?
That nigga got a picture.
This nigga brag on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened to you? You crashed. That's the broad. Y'all can get the broad off. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Nigga,
that's Cool Mo daughter.
That's who?
Not Cool Mo D, Cool Mo daughter.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, nigga, let me tell you something. Don't make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while. If you don't know, nigga, don't ever brag on no motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the screen. Get dude off the screen, man. Who the fuck is that, nigga? This motherfucking cat. I'm the captain now. Look at it. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, dog. You got to make it where your shit come out with a boy so he can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock because ain't no bitches fucking with you. He was on the internet bragging, I always got a bad bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you, nigga. You ain't no nigga who got bitches. You buy bitches.
Now, why you antagonize people like that? I remember a few years back, because, I'm in sunny South Florida, stand your ground state. And I can remember a dude runs up on a dude in like a Walgreens parking lot or some shit. Or I'm sorry, he parks in a handicap spot, some shit. I don't even remember. As far as all of the logistics of it. Either way, he runs up on a guy that's talking shit to his woman from inside of his car. You know what I'm saying? Like his woman is still in his car when he runs into Walgreens. And some random, you know what I'm saying, goes up to the car and pops a bunch of shit. Okay? Pops a bunch of shit. Pops hella shit. Then the guy comes out of Walgreens, pushes this guy to the ground. And while the dude is still on the ground, on his ass, he goes from being on his back to on his ass. He just pulls out his pistol and pops that motherfucker. Pow, pow, pow. And I remember I was in probably a 3-day long comment thread war with motherfuckers on the internet talk about that's not right. He shouldn't have did that. He shouldn't have just shot somebody. All he did was get pushed. That's not right. I'm like, bro. I mean, I can't argue with you about right and wrong because all that shit is subjective. So if you say it's not right, I mean, I can't, hey, maybe it's not right. Okay? But I'm going to ask you this. A matter of fact, I'm going to ask the dude that got shot. I'm going to ask him. Why the fuck would you push somebody to the ground that's obviously mentally unstable and armed? Like, and has a firearm. Like, why would you push that person to the ground? And I asked the people in the comment thread, I'm like, bro, are you just going to push somebody to the ground that's mentally unstable and they're fucking armed and you're not? And they're like, yeah, but he didn't know he was armed. I'm like, bingo. So you telling me you just be putting your hands on motherfuckers and you don't know the situation? Like, you don't even know if a motherfucker's got a pistol and they're crazy enough to use the shit, but you're just going to put your hands on a motherfucker to find out? Maybe if you just keep your hands to yourself, you don't have to worry about whether or not somebody may have a weapon. They may not be mentally unstable. You know, all of that shit, man. But that's what happens when people just do shit and they don't think. And then, especially on the internet, and this shit is real funny in these YouTube spaces, they like to use that term. But I'm playing chess. Like the fuck out of here. They don't give a fuck about your fucking chess strategy, bitch. And just like I said in Iz's chat, this shit corresponds more to a poker game, not a chess match. This is a game of incomplete information. You don't know what the fuck is going on in somebody's brain. You don't know what the fuck they're going to do. Okay, the cards are face down. And multiple players can enter the pot. I told you, chess is easy. The pieces are wide open. You can see them shits. You know? Knights move a certain way. Bishops move a certain way. Rooks move a certain way. The queen moves a certain way. The king moves a certain way. Pawns move a certain way. Boom. It's easy. And then, you know, you win, you checkmate, the game's over. You got to start all over again. Fuck all that. No. It's more like a poker game. And niggas like Anton, remember this shit. Okay? You can have the biggest bankroll known to fucking man. But if you show up to that goddamn table and you don't know who you fucking with, nigga, you ain't shit but a goddamn fish. That's it. Niggas will take that shit from you. Might even make you just give it away. So all that money don't mean a goddamn thing. Niggas will take that shit from you, man. Especially if you want to show up. You don't know, you can't read the motherfucking room. Oh, I got the most money. But yet, you got a heart made of fucking silly putty. You got nuts the size of a flea. Oh, yeah. Flea-sized nuts. A damn tennis ball for a heart. And a pocket full of money equals fish, duck, something to eat. And to be honest, those are actually street rules. It ain't much different. You just something to eat, motherfucker. Now, granted, hey, you got those things, you know. You got some balls. You got some heart. Pause. But yeah, you got some balls. You got some heart. And you got a bunch of money. Yo, big bank might just take little bank. You can avoid some bad luck. Yeah, big bank will take little bank. But when you come in with a tennis ball for a heart, insect-sized nuts, a pocket full of goddamn money, and you ain't read the fucking room, that's it, bro. Niggas about to come the fuck up off of you, man. Niggas about to ruin your fucking day. And that's what happened. You got your day ruined. This nigga Corey say, yo, I'm a dirtbag. Put her up on the screen. Get dude off the screen. I am the captain now. Roasted the fuck out of your daughter. All right? Decided to open up the question. Is this nigga fucking Mika? All of that. You didn't know that would happen? You a married nigga and a father. Your job is to provide and to protect. First. But that's what I'm saying. Niggas is trying to tell me it's okay to just do shit and not know what the fuck is going on. Not know what the fuck could possibly happen to you. Not take all of those things into consideration before you act. Nah, homie. Nah, homie. You could tell me a bunch of shit about growing a YouTube channel, getting the Patreon up to 20,000 followers. You know what I'm saying? How to blast an algorithm. Bro, you got that. But when you tell me how to move on this big blue ball known as planet Earth, motherfucker, as a man, as a black man at that, they got something to lose, nigga, you can't tell me shit. Nothing. And you really ain't in no position to tell any nigga that shit. So I understand where Freezy was coming from. I understand where Oshay coming from. You know? I understand where Chicago Rilla coming from. I understand where all the motherfuckers coming from. And these people that Oshay done seen a lot of people come and go. But as far as Rilla, you know, even Illosophical, Illa, shout out to Illa, Freezy, they actually had real dealings with this motherfucker. And they know what's up. The nigga is straight pie. 3.14 infinite fucking pie, man. And that's what I'm saying. You lucky as fuck this nigga didn't just cave in your shit that day. Because I don't even see, man, I personally believe, I know they like, man, Corey wasn't going to do shit. I believe right here, Corey was just so damn surprised that this nigga let him get so goddamn close without even getting out of the seat. I don't think Corey knew what the fuck to do. It's like, I thought he was at least going to get the fuck up or back the fuck up. Like, you at least got to stand up or back up. Something. This nigga did, what the fuck? You know? Yeah, the dead guy would definitely say he was wrong with that damn scenario I talked about a minute ago. Yeah. Nah, a bunch of other people. that ain't in stand your ground states talking that shit. Oh, well, that's wrong. And they try to bring racism into it and shit because the dude that shot old boy was white and shit like that. It's like, bro, I don't give a fuck if that was a white dude you pushed to the ground or a black dude you pushed to the ground. What the fuck ever. Don't be putting your hands on people unless you're willing to deal with the consequences and repercussions of doing that shit. What's up, Genesis? Oh, well, if you got a pistol, you shouldn't pull it out. Like, yeah, maybe he shouldn't pull it out, but he did pull it out. So if you would have known, let's put it like this. If you'd have known the dude was armed, you probably wouldn't have touched him. You wouldn't have touched him. You would have gotten your goddamn car and you would have drove the fuck off and made sure that your woman and your child were safe. That's what you would have did. But because you just decided to put your hands on that man and you didn't know what the fuck was going on, that's what the fuck got you shot up. That's what made your wife a widow and your child a half orphan. You know? And that's what got your ass put in the fucking cemetery. Because you just doing shit and you don't even know the situation you in. Don't try to turn that shit into some racial shit. Just like this motherfucker. Don't try to turn that shit into some colorism shit. No? And ladies, hey, I hope y'all don't fall for that shit. The black women, don't fall for that shit. Do not. Oh, the only reason why he's going at my daughter and my wife is because they're dark-skinned women. Do not get triggered by that shit. I was on Sharon Bracey's panel earlier, and that's what one of the things that PH Diva tried to say was, oh, well, you know, black women, he called them, you know, monkeys, and black women shouldn't tolerate this. No, those women shouldn't have had to tolerate that. And the reason why they're forced to tolerate that is because the man that is burdened with protection and provisions over their fucking family decided to come off half-cocked, say and do the wrong shit. You put that shit on old boy, on Anton, or as Corey called him, Tampon Daniels. That's who the fuck that shit's on. Okay? That's not an insult to black women. That's an insult to some women that happen to be black. And that is a function of the man that's supposed to be the head of their fucking household just doing shit to jeopardize their goddamn safety and their sanity. Put it on that motherfucker. I said, oh boy took another L. He said he's a chess player. I guess he miscalculated. Just say that. Hey, old boy miscalculated. How dare him put his fucking wife and daughter at risk? How dare you? And then cry victim later. No, motherfucker, you're in a fight now. Your daughter got roasted. Okay, your wife got embarrassed. Your fucking marriage, okay, has been drugged through the fucking mud. All right. Your colleague, alleged side chick, has been fucking disrespected, drugged for filth as well. Because let's keep it real. As far as Mika concerned, they ain't just saying she your side chick, bro. They saying she a hoe. They saying, bro, she get paid to do favors for you. They calling her a hoe. And I'm not talking about the Space's definition of a hoe, because they'll call any chick that ain't a fucking virgin, any chick that ain't married and ain't a virgin, a hoe. No, where I'm from, a hoe is a woman that sells box, that sells herself. They calling that woman a hoe. They saying you paid that woman to be fucking that woman, man. That's what they saying. That's what the spaces are saying. That's what they calling her. And they saying you made her sign a non-disclosure agreement saying that you can't fucking that she can't talk about the dealings that y'all having with each other. That's what they saying. This is the situation that you put your fucking crew in. Hold the L. But that's why niggas don't get down with a lot of them niggas in this fucking space, man. Because they'll defend this shit at all costs. You know? Kwame Brown had to check that motherfucker, man. You know, that nigga sat there listening to his chat box. Oh, Kwame did a review on you and shit like that. And instead of watching the video and giving your own assessment on it and understanding what was going on, you decided to say that nigga was doing dusty ass streams. All right? Talk shit about when that nigga was drafted 25 fucking years ago and the dealings he had with Michael Jordan when he was 18 years old. This is a 42-year-old, 43-year-old fucking man now. Let me pull up that clip of what Kwame had to say about him. Yeah, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube after you pop all that shit. You can't do it. And I like to see what the fuck happened when Kenyon Martin runs the fuck up on you. Because this is what happens when you actually bump into real millionaires. Niggas that actually had to survive in a league of men for their millions. A league full of them. They'll check your little pudgy ass. So this shit ain't about being no tough guy or no gangster or any of that shit. It's about moving through life with a certain level of respect. They say that money makes you more of who the fuck you are already. If you're a generous, respectful, you know what I'm saying, humble person, money just gonna make you more of that. Life will likely be good for you. But if you're a disrespectful, condescending asshole that makes enemies when you don't even have to, chances are money's gonna make you more of that nigga. Which is what the fuck you seen with Anton Daniels over the fucking years, man.
Like when people attack the people around me.
Hold up. Wrong clip.
I don't like. I don't like.
About no beef. I'm about money. Unless the beef is translating into money, then what we talk about? We too grown to be talking about some beef. Beef. Beef? Ain't no such thing as beef no more. It's calculated moves to figure out how we can get more visibility for ourselves. But if we not working towards on no visibility, Do your worst. I'm focused over here.
Yeah. Visibility, clicks, views, subs. All right. No problem. And I agree, Kojak. Corey is also dark. That man said it. I'm a dirt bag. That's how that nigga move. One more
In your
time.
grill. You did not say it. That's why I told D to move. I'm like, oh, I'm finna bust this motherfucker.
He's real shit.
This think I'm joking? And I kept getting him out. Boy, you use your paper to fuck bitches you would normally never be around. You an ugly ass boy. You an ugly ass boy. You brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter?
That nigga got a picture.
This a brag on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened to you? You crashed. That's the broad. Y'all can get the broad off. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Nigga,
That's Cool Mo daughter.
That's who?
Not Cool Mo D, Cool Mo daughter.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, nigga, let me tell you something. Don't make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while. If you don't know, nigga, don't ever brag on no motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the screen. Get dude off the screen, man. Who the fuck is that, nigga? This motherfucking cat. I'm the captain now. Look at it. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, dog. You got to make it where your shit come out with a boy so he can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock because ain't no bitches fucking with you. He was on the internet bragging, I always got a bad bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you, nigga. You ain't no nigga who got bitches. You buy bitches.
Yeah.
I heard a video of you telling another man, I'm going to fly you out like one of my chicks. So guess what I told you? I said, nah, I'm going to drive. I said, I'm a different type of cat. I like to drive. Remember I told you that? I'll come to you. Don't worry about it. But then after I start seeing more of the way you bit, run your mouth like that, and I realized, I said, no, your male bravado is caught up in money. It's not caught up in masculinity. See, if you was masculine, you wouldn't be running around here starting fires with people. You speak when spoken to. Now, what I did was, and shout out to Corey Holcomb, I do not agree with Corey Holcomb putting his hands on a woman at all. But shout out to Corey Holcomb for at least being man enough that you put this out on the internet. He didn't come and look at my page and go, F you, Kwame, you doing this, you a sucker, you was on my, you know what? He didn't do that. Guess what? I gave a fair assessment of what I saw. And it's called an opinion, you so-called smart guy.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Niggas got to that's what look. Miss me with the bullshit. You got a bunch of motherfuckers in this goddamn space that now all of a sudden they want to school motherfuckers on manhood and what it is to be a fucking man. But they act like they don't know, or I don't even think they acting. I don't even think they acting. Kwame Brown just hit the nail right on the motherfucking head. All of your quote unquote masculine bravado, nigga, is rooted in fucking money. And remember, I said this shit a long time ago. The videos still exist. I'm gonna have to unprivate a bunch of those. So y'all can check them out. Money is a byproduct of success, not the other way around. And I said this shit when I first came into the goddamn space, because I understood that. Because I know what the fuck I told you. I've been poor, rich, and poor again. And going from poor to rich, I ain't learned nothing about my motherfucking self, except for the fact that I could do it. That was easy. That was easy. You know what I learned what I was really fucking made of? When I went from rich to poor and had to survive that. Okay? Had to survive that. Because having money and losing that shit is worse than not having that shit at all. But there's silver lining in that shit. You actually learn what the fuck you made of. That's why them superhero movie trilogies always have that part in it. I don't give a fuck if it's Iron Man. I don't give a fuck if it's Superman. I don't give a fuck if it's Batman. I don't give a fuck if it's Spider-Man. I don't give a fuck if it's Wonder Woman. Whatever. They always have, that one part in one of the movies in the trilogy where the superhero loses their powers. They either lose them, give them away, whatever, but they don't have them anymore. Like they had them and then they don't. That's called the character arc. Feel me? And that's every time. That's when the hero actually sees what the fuck really makes them a hero. They see what they're actually fucking made of. And that's why I always said, I was like, a bunch of these niggas, especially the ones that ain't really got no money and no clout and none of that shit since they got to this motherfucker, and they think that shit makes them who and what they are. Yeah, y'all need to lose that shit. And I don't say that shit as a I don't say that as a slight. I don't say that out of jealousy. I don't say that out of envy or any of that shit. Because I don't want to see anybody down. I actually want to see you up and the best version of yourself. But a bunch of you motherfuckers, y'all put too much credence in that shit. There's way too much credence in it. Now, the problem with that is people be like, damn, why you want to see people broke? It's like, I really don't, because I know there's probably a small percentage of you motherfuckers, or maybe even half. I don't know. I'm gonna say it on the nice guy side. Maybe half of these motherfuckers, and I know I'm being generous when I say that would get it all back plus more. But by the time they get it back, they would actually have some substance because they would be able to see who and what they really are, and they would be able to, they'd actually be able to give to the world. They'd be able to give, and they'd be able to contribute to the world rather than take from it. But the main reason why people don't like me saying that shit is because they know about the other half. The other half of the motherfuckers would throw themselves out of fucking windows. They would find a way to blame that shit on a woman. They'd sit and they'd cry. They play victim. Well, I'm telling you, man. For real. You went through that. That's the transition. And I'm pretty sure that might have been a tough time in your life, Kojak. It might have been one of the toughest times that you ever dealt with in your entire life. But you wouldn't trade it for anything because you have to go through that. You have to. Because without that time, you couldn't be the man that you are today. Now, I wouldn't say that shit to women. That's the difference. I don't do gender warring shit. I don't even really do the relationship topics. I don't do that shit. If I do, I'll really just open up the discussion. But I don't do that shit. But if you want to talk about the difference between men and women, I wouldn't even do that to them. I wouldn't wish that on them. Because women are not supposed to transition into manhood as men are supposed to. Because women are not faced with the burden of having to go out in the world and survive in arenas of men. If they are faced with that burden, 9 out of 10 times it's by choice. It's not by necessity. Even if they may tell you, oh, I have no choice. You did. You just made choices that led to you having to do it. You know, that's it. But as men, you have no fucking choice. The world is extremely unforgiving. And they don't give a fuck. You know, look at it. Look at this. Look at the stereotypes. Listen to what people say. Woman, single mother, no stable income, behind on bills. Yo, she needs help. Where's them kids' father? Somebody help her. Dude, single dad, baby daddy, no stable income, no direction. Nigga's a bum. And I don't want to hear that, it shouldn't be like that. It is like that. We live in reality. Ain't that what it is to be red pill? Not what you think the world should be, not what you hope the world becomes, but what the world actually is. That's just supposed to be reality, right? So a lot of y'all niggas need to see what you're actually made of and get yourself some goddamn substance. And when you get yourself some substance and you see what you're actually made of, maybe y'all will get off the fucking internet crying about a bitch all day. Because real shit, you'll go through some shit with them. Whatever, that's just part of being a fucking man. Whatever, you can go through some shit. What might break your motherfucking heart, might fuck you out of some money. You know? In more ways than one. No. You might end up down. You might end up out. You might end up broke. You might fucking lose. Take a L. Lose a channel. Lose a platform. A job. You know? A few friends. You might get lied to, lied on, but you'll keep it moving. No, the court of public opinion will mean very little to you because you'll know who the fuck you actually are. You won't give a fuck what a bunch of people on the internet are saying. And again, I'm gonna say it again. I can't speak for women. No. Because I've had enough conversations with women on the internet, off the internet, and over the course of life. I understand. It's kind of tough on them to not give a shit what people think and say. It's just they're wired like that. You know, you know what I'm saying? They're different than us. So I don't hold them to the same standards. But this nigga right here, the one in the hot dog costume, Ton Dog, you still actually give a fuck what people think and say and believe that your fucking your social media platform has given you some extra status in life. Miss me with the bullshit. Hasn't given you a goddamn thing. In an arena of men, you cannot survive. And that's a fact. Well, so I'm going to actually go to my next topic on What the Fuck Wednesday, because this was some wild shit right here. Shout out to DJ Cuda. DJ Cuda, if you're in the clouds, I'm going to drop the link again. Feel free to come up, you know, or anybody else who was on that panel, you know, checking everything out with DJ Witch Doctor earlier, right? Now, this was some wild shit, because here we were, you know, talking about this situation right here, and I don't even know how the shit went down, but DJ Cuda, and if you see the yellow box over the new nigga's face, I just left the yellow box because I didn't want to I couldn't put enough fucking people's, you know, faces on that thumbnail fast enough, right? But it became an old manosphere versus new manosphere discussion, right? About what was old, you know, what the old manosphere was about, what the new niggas were about, the way, you know, they kind of, you know, piggyback off of talking points and, you know, an algorithm, and a lot of them have been gifted platforms. And I think one of the things that DJ Cuda said when he was asked was, how do you feel about that? Or why aren't you flattered by it? And I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, hey, he said, I don't have a problem with them doing the manosphere shit, but they're doing it wrong. Those were DJ Cuda's words. So, oof, that's something that's deep. You know, that's something that's pretty fucking deep, right? Because I personally don't think, you know, anybody that hangs their hat on the title of content creator can really do it wrong. Like, you can do it in an ineffective way, you know, you can do it in an unsustainable way, but you really can't do it wrong, because your creativity is what's supposed to make you, you know, in these spaces. So that's where I would disagree with DJ Cuda, but I do agree with him to a certain extent. All right. And this is a great question, New. It's like, what are they doing wrong? They're not manosphere. Bro. Exactly. They're not. But what a lot of them don't realize, and this is where I do agree with DJ Cuda, a lot of them don't realize, is that the algorithm that allows their platforms to grow and thrive, you know, based on the conversations, the talking points, the titles, the thumbnails and shit like that, is manosphere. That's why you even have people that aren't considered in the manosphere and don't hang their hat on being in the manosphere will at least say, look, I'm manosphere adjacent, or, I came up in the manosphere algorithm, whatever the case may be. See, people think that the manosphere or black manosphere it means that you have to subscribe to a certain ideology. What up, Room Shaker? And that's not the case. That's not the case. Because I've never subscribed to any fucking ideology, because I reserve the right as a grown ass fucking man to change my fucking mind and evolve my way of thinking. But if the manosphere was supposed to just be a space where men were able to congregate, help each other, men that were going through shit can help. Men that had gone through shit can talk to dudes that are going through shit and can help other dudes to avoid shit. Hey, I was cool with that concept. But all of the, women are like this and men are like this, and I was like, I don't really subscribe to that shit. Because it's not that I don't subscribe to it because I disagree. It's just I understand that shit's different for different fucking people. A lot of dudes are going to have different perspectives when it comes to women than I have, because they're going to have different dealings with women than I have, if everything is about women. But they're also going to have different perspectives on fucking manhood and life than I have, because they have different dealings through life. We're not the same nigga. We're not the same nigga. We don't have the same dealings with folks. We don't have the same upbringing, and we don't have the same resources and tools at our disposal. A truck driver is usually gonna have a somewhat different outlook on these things than a fucking salesman is gonna have, or an accountant. A computer geek, a computer geek is gonna have a different outlook than a ball player is gonna have, because your life is different. You're around a different circle of motherfuckers. Does it mean one person's wrong and the other one's right, or any of that shit? Absolutely not. But I thought this was supposed to be a space where everybody congregated with each other. Found a little common ground, listen, show a little fucking respect. But I can tell you this much. Man, I realized once I got in that goddamn space, it really wasn't that. No, it wasn't that. So it's kind of tough to say that there's a right or a wrong way to do it, because if things were done right at any point in time, quote unquote, then this shit wouldn't have fell apart in the first place. Something solid would have been built to begin with. Something so solid that it couldn't be knocked off. It's almost like the culture conversation. Like when people are like, yo, black culture, white folks are stealing our culture, and Asians are stealing our culture, and they're biting off our culture. I'm like, yo, if somebody can see depictions of you on fucking television or hear about it in fucking rap songs and just mimic it, like if it can be mimicked, then it's not culture. Because culture is what you learn, like that's what's taught to you in your household. That's what's passed down from generation to generation. It's in your neighborhood. It's in your actual community. It can't just be mimicked. You can't just see that shit and copy it. You can't. So if people are able to just see some shit that you've put years of work into and just copy it, then your shit wasn't solid in the first place. It's just like, I'm going to use a ball player, for example. You can watch LeBron James play basketball. for a couple of weeks, a month, maybe even a year. And you could be 6'9", 280 pounds, just like LeBron. But you ain't going to be able to play like that nigga, man. There's years of muscle memory. There's studying there. There's thought. There's purpose. There's goals. There's a game plan. There's all types of shit. There's mistakes that you have not made to be the player that man is. New said, I've been Manosphere before it came to YouTube. I don't give a shit about what so-called new people are doing. Yeah, and you're not really supposed to. That was my take on it. I had this conversation with DJ Cuda just the other night. I personally could care less, but I also understand just studying multiple different industries, and I understand how shit goes. Hey there, B-Love. I understand how shit goes. In just about every industry, those that come in front of you are going to make it easier for those that come after. In some way, shape, or form. People are going to make sacrifices. People are going to go through the older generation is going to go through the shit so that the new generation can feast on the sugar. Like that's just how it goes in any industry, in any sport, any game, just about every facet of life. Even as a fucking parent, you go through shit so that the next generation doesn't have to. So whether you like it or not, that's what the fuck happened. A lot of old cats, went through a lot of shit that new cats don't have to go through. I can remember when you needed 1,000 subs for monetization. You needed 500 subs for a community tab. I can remember that. Now you need 500 subs for monetization. You need fucking no subs. You just need a fucking email address for a community tab. That's it. And then when we were trying to get to the 1,000, people that were just uploading pre-recorded fucking videos and doing Google Hangouts and shit like that, they was telling us, you needed 1,000 subs just to go live. They went through sacrifices so we didn't have to. And then we went through shit so that the next generation didn't have to. And now, a lot of folks was just able to just sit their asses on Fight Club panels and the Lapeef show and shit. And then bam, they started up a channel, and within a couple of days, they had 1,000 subs. And the watch hours came a week later. They were able to just drop a link. That's it. Just drop a link and fall asleep. And the panel just ran itself. They were able to put men versus women in the fucking title. Reworded in a very cool way. And bam, just let that shit run itself. Is it right? Is it fair? Probably not. But hey, that's life, bro. That's just life. It's no different than the fucking NBA, man. Or Major League Baseball. There was a time when there was no fucking free agency. Contracts weren't guaranteed. Endorsement deals weren't prevalent. You actually had to earn that shit. Like, you had to earn that shit. Now they getting them right. Motherfucker getting endorsement deals in fucking college now. That's the game. Making a living on social media or even making an extra stream of income, that shit was a fucking risk. You actually needed talent and skill and shit like that. You needed talent, skill, work ethic, all of that shit. Now, hey, I know a bunch of people can say, look, I had to spend countless fucking nights and hours fighting on Fight Club panels and all of that shit. And then there are other people that got their platforms just being associated with people that did it. Is it right? That's subjective. It just is. That's the game. That's the game. No? He said you don't have to agree with everything. Only echo chambers want you to do that. Hey, that's a fact. But echo chambers have existed since the internet's existed. You know? I mean, I'm thankful, for the time that I came into the space, because for the most part, larger creators and people that were here for a while were extremely helpful and supportive. And I think that's something that probably wasn't touched on. And I'm just giving my take on it before, if somebody wants to hit the panel, they can. If not, I'll just sit up here and cook. But I mean, I think that's just something that wasn't touched on. I think the difference now is, instead of, people that have already built platforms, being supportive and helpful to those that haven't yet, it's more of a, it's just more of a competition thing, with each other. Then it's a support system. But as far as talking points and all of that shit and ideologies and everything, man, fuck that, man. Niggas been beefing and arguing with each other and disagreeing since long before there was a goddamn Fight Club, long before there was a Kevin Samuels, long before any of that shit. So, I mean, I can say this much. I think, the message was more so lost, because if the message was supposed to be for the betterment, of men, primarily black men, that shit got lost when you made every damn topic and discussion about women. Why would it matter? Well, a lot of motherfuckers will try to say that, the space went to shit when women were allowed to participate and not just spectate. I would respectfully disagree with that shit. I would say that your space went to shit when y'all began to allow niggas. Now, I never heard you use them, new. But you've always respected men as men, to not necessarily agree with you or see the world the way you see it. You understand that. You came to God, whatever. But like I said, I personally think your space went to shit when you allowed men that weren't fully grown men. And I'm not talking about dudes with beards and full hairlines and 6 feet tall. I'm talking about men that actually went through a transition into manhood, had actually been through some shit, or were going through some shit and went through shit. When you started letting any motherfucker just come up here and start talking as if they knew some shit, that's when it was a goddamn problem. When you started letting the mentally disturbed pop cash shit and talk as if they knew everything, that's a problem. And speak for your entire fucking space. And that happens. It happens. It happens in a lot of different industries. I also said, hey, once things became about clicks, views, money, yeah, you were done. You were done. And I know people will be like, well, damn, if you ain't going to do it for money, I mean, you got to make a living. I get it. But again, money is a byproduct of success, not the other way around. So once the focus, once the bravado of men starts to become centered around money, you've already fucking lost. You know, you're supposed to do what the fuck is right, what's near, dear, and true, and you're supposed to allow the money to come. You know, that's the secret. And that shit was lost. So, you know, you could blame new niggas for that shit. I really couldn't even blame them because a lot of them, you know, as annoying as they can be at times with the shit that they fucking say, man, they learned that shit from someplace, man. They learned that shit from someplace that learned that shit from someplace that learned that shit from someplace. Which, if you keep on tracing that shit back, a lot of old cats would have to, you would have to take accountability and realize that the shit traces back to you. And that's no disrespect to anybody. It just is what it is. Shit got to start somewhere. There's always a seed and there's always some soil that and some roots and shit where the fucking tree grows from. So I ain't mad at these folks, man. You know what I'm saying? For coming in here, you know what I'm saying, getting their bread, you know, having their co-ed spaces, you know, piggybacking off of, you know, topics and shit that's trending and, you know, all of that shit, man. I ain't mad at them. No, I ain't mad at them. Because, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, this is the algorithm in the space that was fucking left to them, bro. I mean, I could say that they inherited it, or we can just say that maybe they didn't inherit it. You know, they just walked up on it and the shit was, you know, uninhabited. Like they was able to cop a squat in the motherfucker because wasn't nobody here. Everybody was on vacation. You know? Like I said before, man, if folks would have built something solid, you know, nobody would be able to take it over and taint it. It wasn't solid to begin with. You know, it had a fucked up foundation. That's why it's able to turn into some other shit. You know? I could take it back to the NBA, for example. I'm going to use that analogy, right? You know, there was a time when the NBA had specific fucking rules. You know, specific rules. Of course, you know, because there wasn't much money, you know, in the league, especially compared to what it is now. You know, teams had to fly commercial. You know, they had to fly commercial. Now they fly private. But back then they had to fly commercial. But most important, you know, there were certain colors and certain types of sneakers that each player could wear. And if you wore something that wasn't Converse, your ass got fined. It was against the rules to wear anything other than, you know, because that was league rules. Then came Michael Jordan. He changed things. You know, he said, fuck it, I'll take the fine. And he sold a shitload of Air Jordans in the first year. Sold a shitload of them. So eventually what ended up happening, hey, the league just changed that fucking rule. They realized they can make a shitload of goddamn money if they just let all of these guys fucking wear all types of fucking sneakers that were willing to endorse them. And why he the one only one able to make that money? We'll let every player make that money. We'll let the whole league make that money. For real. The motherfuckers will sponsor the whole goddamn league. Now, Nike went from being banned on the fucking court to actually being embroidered on the jerseys. That's the evolution. Michael Jordan, the man that's known as the greatest player of all time. You know, his first contract was $250,000 with some fucking royalties. And 20 years later, almost 20 years later, LeBron James gets a $90 million contract right out of high school. That's the fucking game. Is it fair? Of course not. It just is. It just is. And as men, especially in this space, like I expect women to be talking that shit about, oh, it's not fair, this is not fair, and all of that other shit, because I done heard that shit all my life, you know, and I usually hear it out of the mouths of fucking women, whether it should be in the workplace, in the household, whatever. This isn't fair. You don't get it. This isn't right. But as men, fuck out of here, man. We gotta live in reality, bro. We accept things for what the fuck they are. And if we don't like how they are, we don't complain about it. We just change the shit. We change the shit, or we choose not to deal with it at all. So, you know, Free to Green, you know, I think DJ Witch Doctor took a little offense to what DJ Cuda had to say when he said something about, oh, you're doing it wrong and stuff like that. Now, that right there, that was a little deeper than a lot of people would like to. What up, Ebony, with the IE? What up? Than people, and this is a take that you're not really gonna hear much, and I'm just kind of ranting right now. But the reason why that was said like that was because the Chanel's reality chick was able to come up, and she said she had a question for DJ Cuda, but she proceeded with a very, very aggressive interrogation. And y'all know what I'm talking about with an aggressive interrogation, because y'all are all familiar to these live streaming panels. It's one thing to have a question for somebody, and it's another thing to aggressively interrogate them. In other words, they ask you one question, and hey, you get 2 or 3 syllables out, and halfway through your 3rd or 4th syllable, they cut you off and ask you another fucking question, but don't even really ask the question. They phrase the question as a fucking statement. Boom, boom, boom. And they do that shit like 4 or 5 times in a row. So eventually you say some shit that maybe you either didn't mean, or it can easily be misconstrued. You see, this is one of the reasons why you must be well versed in having these goddamn discussions. Like, panels are warfare. I'm going to always say that shit. That shit is warfare. And not only, I mean, depending on how the host their show, you know, you may or may not have to fight for your voice. But for the most part, to be understood, you definitely have to have a strategic game plan. There's a certain way that you have to fucking answer fucking questions. There's a certain way that you have to phrase questions. You know? There's a certain way that you got to be able to make statements. There's you have to be clear, concise. You got to be pretty decent with your words. You know, or else things can easily be misinterpreted or just spun in a way in which people don't want to or in a way in which people just want to spin them. It's just the way things are. That's why I say the aggressive interrogation. I learned that shit a long time ago. So I tried to play moderator when it came to that shit, and even tried to interject a couple of times and just be like, look, okay, can you let him answer so that way if you're asking him another question or making a statement in the middle of his answer, it doesn't seem as if he's talking over you. Because when someone says they want to ask a question and then their a question turns into 6 questions, but 6 questions and 5 of which the last 5 of the 6 are phrased as statements and not questions. See, I know what the fuck is up. I know what the fuck is up. See, I've been in sales for 25 years. I understand how that shit works. Just like New said, why versus why. It's just like I'm going to use it in like relationship terminology, right? Because since everybody likes to have these relationship topics and combos, I'm going to use relationship terminology. All right. So let's say, a woman asks her dude, or a dude asks her woman, or his woman. You get dressed, she gets dressed or whatever, and y'all are about to leave. You're about to go out and go to the club or out to dinner, whatever the case may be. You're about to go out. But someone can say to you, hey, are you wearing that? Well, and then, hey, the response could be, well, of course I'm wearing that. Whatever. Of course. Do you like it? And then somebody can also phrase the question as, you're wearing that? Their tone, and because they phrased it as a statement rather than a question, now it puts the other person on the defense. Now, just because of the way in which you ask that shit, like, hey, is that what you're wearing? You'll be wearing that tonight? As opposed to, you're wearing that? That's the difference between a conversation and an argument. A conversation, a compliment, a question, and an argument. Just with one word and a change in tone. You see, and a lot of these motherfuckers, and this is one of the reasons why, like, a lot of times I get on these fucking panels and I'll just turn all the way the fuck up on somebody because I know the goddamn game. So when they pull those things on me, I already know what the fucking deal is. So just like with this Corey Holcomb and Anton situation, it's like, you know what, man, fuck this, man. We get it up right now. We get it up right now. You obviously want to fight, bitch. You obviously want to fight, nigga. So let's go. Ain't none of that bullshit. We could bypass all the bullshit and get it up right now. What up, Job and Not? Or you can kill them with kindness, let them ask you the question, and then there are little things that you can say. Hey, all right, one moment, and let me land because I'm gonna say a few things here. You let them know. Well, hey, since you asked me that question, I would have to respectfully agree or disagree or whatever, and for 2 reasons. Boom. They got to let you get both of your reasons out, and you have to land. You got to be clear. You got to be concise, whatever, because you don't want to get too long-winded, because if you're too long-winded, by the time you finish what you were saying, people will forget, the first point that you made, in the beginning. If you speak for 5 minutes, people might forget what you said in the first minute. Blah. blah. So you got to be clear, you got to be concise, and then you might even want to end with a question. So that way the other person is still engaged, and then it kind of throws them off. If you end with a question, then they can't just follow up with a question. Boom. Like that shit is an art. That shit is both a science and an art. Or you can use the sandwich method. See, we learned this shit in sales. You can use the sandwich method, where you start with the positive, you go to a negative, and then you go to a positive, or vice versa, depending on the question that was asked to you. You can start with a negative and then go to something positive and then go back to a negative. And then you end with a question, or you can phrase the ending as a statement, and boom. But I digress. I land my plane. And do you understand where I'm coming from? Like, there are little things that you can say to somebody so that way you coach them into realizing when you're finished, because you know there's going to be a follow-up. You know? That's one of those that's one of the reasons why once I hit these fucking panels, and have these conversations, for the most part, people will usually understand what I mean, where I'm coming from, and it's pretty tough to misconstrue what the fuck I'm saying, just because I know how to do that shit. And a lot of people on here are just on here. Like, they don't have that skill. Like, I tell them all of the time, like, I'm a trained professional. Like, they pay me for this shit. Like, I make a living doing this shit. Fuck YouTube. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a time to turn up. There's a time to kind of get aggressive. There's a time to get defensive. There's a time to kind of soft sell, whatever. It's a time for that. But you got to master the game of tones. So that's why I think a lot of things can be misconstrued. As far as the old niggas versus the new niggas, or even a lot of these damn gender war debates and shit like that, because that was a statement that was made, was that a lot of people just don't know how to communicate. And that's a fact. A lot of people don't know how to communicate. And the main reason why is because people don't want to communicate, because 80% of communication is done by lies. Yep. And legit, like, that's a real ratio. 80% of communication is done with your ears and your eyes. That's why you have 2 ears, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth. It's literally a 4-to-1 ratio. You're supposed to be listening and looking twice as much as you speak. Now, the impatient would be like, well, isn't that 50-50? No, it's not. No, it's not. That's 40% looking, 40% listening, 20% talking. So even like that exchange, that exchange right there, that I heard, hey, it's that was kind of like effed on both sides, on both sides, both Cuda and Chanel. Like, it was pretty fucked up on both sides. Even with Frida Green and Cuda, it was just kind of like neither one of them were really listening to each other. Both just kind of just wanted to get out what they wanted to get out. Nobody really wanted to listen. Everybody wants to talk, be heard, but nobody wants to listen or hear. And that shit is tough. You know what I'm saying? That shit is real tough. And I know why that shit is tough. I can understand where everybody's coming from when it comes to that shit, because a lot of people just be saying a bunch of bullshit. So don't nobody really want to hear shit. You know? But you still got to listen. You know, even as a salesman, I understand that. You know, if I want to close the fucking deal, you know, somebody can say the same bullshit excuse for not fucking buying some shit that I know I've heard tens of thousands of times already. That's how I know it's a bullshit excuse, because everybody I talk to just makes that shit up when they don't want to pay me. That's what they always resort back to. Oh, I'll think about it. Oh, I'll be back. Oh, I got to talk to my wife. Oh, I got to talk to my husband. Oh, I got to talk to my business partner. Oh, I can't afford it. Oh, I'm not interested. No, not sure if I want to do that. Maybe in a month or so. Maybe in the beginning of the year. They heard it all. A million fucking times. Now I could be like, hey, this shit again? Don't hand me that. I hear that all the time. Nah. I gotta listen to that motherfucker like it's the first time. I gotta listen and respond like it's the first time I heard that bullshit. Because I understand, if somebody believes that I'm not listening to them, then there's no chance that they're going to listen to me. Well, so in order to get somebody to listen to me, I at least need to make them feel as though I'm listening to them. That's if I actually want to be heard. And definitely if I want to be understood. You know? And I know people be like, well, damn, you be turning up. I'll be like, yeah, I've turned the fuck up on a lot of motherfuckers because I know that, you know, hey, I've been in sales for 25 fucking years. I know that some people ain't buying no matter fucking what. So a lot of these motherfuckers ain't trying to hear shit I got to say, no matter what I say to them, no matter how nice I am, no matter how much I fucking listen. I can let somebody talk for fucking 5 or 10 minutes straight and literally look at the fucking clock run. And they'll ask me a question and on the second syllable cut me the fuck off. No respect whatsoever. You know? A lot of people are just going to be like that. You know? So I really not even waste time. I'd rather not even waste time, you know, trying to convince them. Let's just, you know, let's just go to the end of the story right now. Fuck you, fuck your life, fuck your mother, fuck your life, fuck your dog. Right? Now what? Right? Now what? Alright? We was gonna get here anyway. We might as well just get here now. Let's bypass all the bullshit. Again, I'm a trained professional, so I understand. You know, I understand. You know, but I can also understand, you know, where, you know, DJ Cuda was coming from, because DJ Cuda, for the most part, as long as I've known him, has been extremely respectful, you know, of newer folks that came in, and it's just it can seem extremely insulting, you know, when folks either just got here or really haven't gone through the work to either build, sustain platforms, you know, haven't, you know, have no respect for the history, you know, content and everything else, and then they try to tell somebody that's been around for a while what the fuck is going on. And I think where a lot of the divide was that Free to Green, DJ Cuda probably didn't know how long Free to Green had been around, and at the same time, Free to Green kind of saw DJ Cuda as being extremely condescending, pretty much trying to talk to them like they were children. So, like I said, I can just understand where their divide was. So I would even say, even when those debates and arguments and shit happen, that's the purpose of moderators in these discussions. Like, that's just the purpose of moderators and shit. To make sure that things aren't misinterpreted. To make sure somebody's not too long-winded and all of that other shit. And because it's really easy to get defensive, especially in these spaces, because people are used to fighting for their fucking lives on these panels, man. And that's one of the reasons why, I mean, I'm personally done with it. I don't really like the debates and shit like that. I really don't. And it's not even because they're a waste of time, but just because, how the fuck do you debate somebody that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about? Like, that shit is stupid. Like, that shit is just dumb. And a lot of times you will be debating people that either don't know what they're talking about, or they only know how to have one conversation anyway. Yeah, it is a waste of time. But don't get me wrong, a lot of this shit that we do is a waste of fucking time. I learned that shit pretty quick in the fucking space. I used to have conversations for hours on panels, and it's like we would actually, there would be an issue, there would be conflict, and then there would be a resolution at the end of the shit. And then I'm like, okay, we got somewhere. Man, I feel really good about that shit. And then the next day I turn the motherfucker on, and it'd be the same goddamn argument again with the same fucking people arguing the same shit. I'm like, the fuck? Like, all that shit we went through yesterday, that shit just didn't mean shit. Like, damn. 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 And that's why I'm like, even the conversations at this point are a waste of time. That's why I don't mind really the Corey Anton or Freezy Anton conversation, because we don't have to debate talking points. We don't have to debate right and wrong. We can actually just discuss what actually fucking happened. We don't have to discuss how people feel or what people think should be. We can just discuss what the fuck is. Because all of that right versus wrong shit, that shit is verbal masturbation. That shit is a waste of fucking time. Just my take on that. Yeah. And I know a lot of folks disagree with me because, hey, that shit would take a lot of folks' entertainment away from them, yo. A whole lot. And I'm sorry about that, man. I know a lot of folks are entertained by the bickering and the BS. And I even saw the chat box going, when Cuda and not when Cuda and Free to Green, but when Chanel was hitting Cuda with that aggressive interrogation. That's what I call it. The aggressive interrogation. When she was hitting him with that. You had women in the chat saying, "Stop talking over her. Stop yelling at her." It's like, yo, like when somebody talking to you like that, that's kind of like human nature to respond like that, and she knows that. That's why she's doing it, you know. And Cuda kind of falling into it. So that's the purpose of a moderator, you know. But there are different ways to handle that shit. Like when you answer a question, when you know that somebody's hit you with the aggressive line of questioning and shit like that, and they done followed up with a third question, a fourth question. What up, the Most High? Salute. Yeah, when they followed up with a third or fourth question, and you ain't got out the second syllable, you know what I'm saying, from the first question, and then already hit you with two more follow-up questions. It's like, all right, fuck this. I got one word answers. One word answers. Yes, no, maybe two word answers. Yes, no, absolutely, absolutely not. Possibly, whatever. No? You start answering when somebody's not letting you get out, get your shit out, you start answering with questions that force them to ask you to explain. Or you give answers that can't be misinterpreted, can't be spun. You know, you answer with yes, no, absolutely, absolutely not, possibly, maybe, not sure, yes and no. You know, little shit like that. Like I say, it's an art and it's a science. But trust me, I done spent enough time on these panels to understand that shit right there that I just told y'all, which is real, that shit is like real strategic fucking panel warfare. Motherfuckers don't want that shit because that would totally fuck up the goddamn views, and it'd be like, look, how in the hell are you going to spin somebody's fucking narrative and just twist somebody's words around if they handle it like that? And deep down, a lot of these people be wanting their words to be twisted. That's why they do that shit. You know? You ask them a one-word answer, you know, a question that requires a one-word answer, and they answer, and it takes them fucking 3 minutes to answer the shit. It's like, bro, I asked you a question that required one fucking syllable as an answer, and it just took you 3 minutes to say what you could have said in half of a second. Like, are you serious? No. No. Just food for thought. No. And I think, you know, this is what makes shit really, really tough, especially on a lot of the people that have been around for a while, and especially, you know, people that have, you know, built their own platforms and are used to being, you know, extremely long-winded and stuff like that, which, you know, I myself can be long-winded at times, you know, but believe it or not, I even clock myself. It's just people don't really like listening to me, so they think I'm longer-winded than I am. So it's funny. But I think what a lot of folks don't understand is that a lot of people are just insulted, like they just see your presence as a fucking insult, man. You know, it could be anything. He said these YouTube streets been wilding. Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have, but not necessarily. No more than usual. So I said, what the fuck Wednesday? You know, I'm glad that the views and the attention, as far as this O'Shea, O'Shea and Corey and Anton and a lot of folks, I'm glad a lot of this shit was able to find its way to Freezy. Kwame Brown pulled up on Freezy. O'Shea did the video kind of highlighting Freezy as well, which brought him some attention, and it's deserving attention because Freezy's put a lot of hard work in with his crew, his supporters, into his content, into his channel, and he deserves it. He deserves it, and he worked real hard with Anton Daniels for 9 months or so, and really didn't get any compensation. He was pretty much just thrown to the wolves or whatever, all for calling out sick one day and pretty much just like shitting on his son. So I'm like, if anybody's supposed to eat off that shit, it should be Freezy. Now, is Freezy gonna get a bigger name than Anton Daniels? Because of this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But shit, if he can get an extra 10,000 subs from it, and follow up, hey man, more power to him. More power to him. I think he deserves it. I think Freezy's a stand-up dude. I said that on to Freezy. I remember when he did a members only show, and look, I copped a membership just to be able to get into that stream, and right after he fell out with Anton, just to tell him, man, I respect the way you handled that shit, bro. You stood your ground. And that's the way a man is supposed to handle that shit. And a lot of these niggas in this space could learn a lot. I told him I don't know the particulars of the situation or the fallout, and I don't need to know the particulars. I don't need to know, what was said to you by Anton. I don't need to know what the fuck you said to him. I don't need to know why you pissed off or even why you feel disrespected. I know everything I need to know, and that's that you feel disrespected and you ain't bowing down, kissing no ring just for a sub count. You know what I'm saying? Respect to you as a man. All of the particulars that these nosy motherfuckers want, which is mainly because they're just nosy, nosy, effeminate ass niggas. They don't even need that. Them men had a fucking fallout amongst men, and one motherfucker tried to sun the other one, like they try to do with everybody, i.e. Anton Daniels. It's not like he just did that with Freezy and it was a one-off. The nigga does that shit all the fucking time. And Freezy wasn't having that shit. And I can remember I was watching a show on Izzy's where Anton, Freezy, Angry Man, Uncle Jeff, and a few other dudes were up on that damn panel. And they pretty much tried to bully Freezy into really like kissing this nigga's ring. Like, yo, do you understand? Like, I don't think you want to fall out with Anton because, hey, he can help your platform grow and this and that. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what the fuck was said to him. And Freezy was like, look, I don't give a fuck. Fuck that nigga. And I know a lot of people would tell me, hey, but you weren't there. You don't know the whole story. I don't give a fuck. If that man feel disrespected by another man, then he has a right to tell that nigga to go fuck himself, regardless of how many damn subs he has. Miss me with the bullshit. Like they say, man, your character is what you stand for. Your reputation is what you fall for. So fuck what you niggas think. I ain't falling for that shit. I'm standing on something. My reputation can change based on you guys' perspective and the shit that you guys have to say, which I have no control over. I'm a lot of things as a man, but one thing I'm not is manipulative. I ain't trying to manipulate you into fucking thinking some shit of me. Whether it's right, whether I think that's what you should think of me or that's how you should see me or whatever, you're going to think and see what you want to see from me. If you got the wrong interpretation and perspective of me, hey, hopefully time will change your mind. I don't know. But the way you see me is just the way you see me, man. I can't really do nothing about it. But this is what the fuck I stand for. And this is what I stand on. That's what the fuck is supposed to mean to stand on business. No? But according to these niggas, these days, in these spaces, nah. You're supposed to stand on whatever's trending in a fucking algorithm. Whatever gets you the most views, whatever gets you the most subs, whatever makes you the most money, stand on that. You know what we call that shit? We call that shit a fucking grift. That's a grift. You know? So only on the internet. Only on the internet. Is it not okay to not be a grifter? And not go along to get along? No. That's why even when, you know, that was the conversation when Chicago Rilla was up on Witch Doctors earlier, when that was the conversation, you know, I didn't want it to go back to, you know, oh, but, you know, women this and that, you know, because we brought up the this situation that happened on Real Life with Yanni's panel when Mr. Let Go, Lapeef Jr. and Anton came up there when his wife and his daughter were on her thumbnail. And he copped a fucking plea to get him off. You know, I didn't want the conversation to kind of pivot into whether or not, you know, Yanni was right or wrong or any of that. I'm like, nah, that's not the conversation. We talking about Anton right now. Like, I think that's a mistake that a lot of these niggas made new in the space. No matter what the conversation was, no matter what the debate was, no matter what the fallout was, no matter what the beef was, that shit could be between two niggas, three niggas, two cliques of niggas, and they would always try to bring in women. I'm like, nah, it don't work like that. And I think at the end of the day, you know, those are the reasons why that space fell apart. You know, they made every issue about money, women, or views and subs. Nothing was ever about morals, character, you know, respect. It was never about that shit. You know, I think that's the issue. You know, you always had a space that was full of men, but you didn't have a space full of men that were standing on shit. You know, because if that were the case, if you had men that were actually standing on some shit, a lot of those fucking bullshit fallouts and bullshit beefs, them shits would have been settled. Them shits would have either been settled behind the scenes, or them shits would have been settled in front of everybody, just respectfully. You know, people would have been able to identify a misunderstanding here or there, or, you know, people would have been able to just agree to disagree. But once the tangible shit starts coming into play, the money, you know, the clout, you know, the views, the women, you know, all of that material shit, you know, And I'm even going to say the opinions of others. I'm going to call that material shit. And people will be like, oh, that's intangible. No, the fuck it's not. That shit is tangible as fuck because there's a live chat box and a comment thread. So it's literally like it's visible. You can see it. You know? Once that shit started to dictate everything, y'all were done. Y'all were fucking done, man. I said this on Sharon's earlier. I'm like, yo, you know how I could prove to y'all that this ain't real beef? What up, SD? I could prove to y'all that these beefs ain't real. That they're just for clicks, views, clout, money. I'll tell you, I'll prove to you why. I'll prove to you how. If it's real beef, why the fuck don't motherfuckers turn off their goddamn comment thread after the video is over, while the video is going on, cut off the chat box, put that bitch on subs only mode for 25 years. Moderators only for 25 years. And refuse to open up a panel. Because if this is real beef, you ain't trying to talk about somebody, you trying to talk to somebody. But just for the simple fact that you motherfuckers would prefer to talk about somebody rather than to somebody shows me that they don't have beef with that somebody. Nah, Damani, hey, that's a fact. It's mostly a play. Every which way, that shit is a play. What Anton say?
What I don't like.
Hold up. Find this clip.
When people attack, what long-term damage that could.
Wrong shit. Why the fuck?
About no beef, man. I'm about money. Unless the beef is translating into money, then what we talk about? We too grown to be talking about some beef. Beef? Beef? Ain't no such thing as beef no more. It's calculated moves to figure out how we can get more visibility for ourselves. But if we not working towards our visibility, do your worst. I'm focused over here.
You see? And I'm real on that shit. That's why I don't blame Corey for going to fucking hell on that nigga. That's the way you got to do that shit on a motherfucker like him. You know? And people are going to misconstrue that. They're like, oh, he condones that? I'm like, hey, I ain't too fond of bringing in underage children at all. I don't agree with it, but I don't fucking blame him. Because motherfuckers like that are willing to get punched in the face for views. You can beat their ass on a goddamn live stream, right on fucking camera. Like right here, this nigga was willing to take one right in the nose. Like he was willing to get his whole shit caved in for a viral moment. Can't do nothing to them types of people. You know? It's like a loan shark that done loaned some money to a degenerate fucking gambler. The fuck? You ain't never gonna pay me back? You ain't gonna pay me back? And you so damn stuck on goddamn gambling and taking risks and shit that you'll let me break your fucking kneecaps. Loser motherfucker. You know, how do you get through to somebody like that? The sharks will tell you. You might have to threaten somebody they care about. That's it. That's all. The collection agencies, what they do? They know your ass ain't paying that bill. You don't give a fuck about your credit. You can threaten to fuck up their credit. They don't give a fuck. They done already ruined their credit. What they do, they call you grandmother. They call you job. Let them know you owe money. You agree with that? Of course not. But if I didn't call you grandmother, you were never going to answer the phone or return my fucking call. And my goal is to get my money. So real shit. Anton was going around popping hella shit. So what else are you supposed to do to get him to stop? And that's why I said I don't have a platform like Corey Holcomb or Anton Daniels or any of that shit. I don't have a platform that large. But I've been in enough YouTube shit to understand that, look, I cannot deal with an opponent the way they want me to, because if I did, I wouldn't make a very good opponent, would I? Like, that shit be the funniest shit, man. Like, these motherfuckers, man, that's the funniest shit. Every time these people be like, oh, well, you shouldn't have did that. You went too far. Like, what the fuck? And it's always after there's been multiple warnings. No, and to be honest with you, I done seen chicks, and they'll try to gender war this shit up, but I done seen chicks and dudes go through this shit, right? Chicks and dudes. I seen the chicks go through it first when I was in this space. They're like, yo, they went to hell. They the first ones I seen put pictures of motherfuckers and they relatives and call fucking child protective services and landlords and jobs and shit. Real shit. And they always say the same thing. Hey, I told that bitch leave me the fuck alone. I told him, didn't I tell that bitch leave me the fuck alone? And then here you go. Here you go. The same motherfucker that they done said, hey, leave me alone multiple times. Here they the troll. Right? They the fucking troll. Look at this shit.
If you not gonna do nothing, then stop wolfing. Either it's up or it's not. Nigga, it's either up or it's not. Or we could just we might as well just go back to podcasting. Because that's all we are. We just podcasting and we content creators at this point. Because don't nobody need nobody to put a battery in their bag. I'm right here in front of your face. Let's shoot one. That's all for the internet, man. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. When he say study the video, go study the video. Nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. And I'm not, listen, I'm telling you, it is what it is. I would have beat the dog, I would have dog walked that nigga. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. His hands was shaking like a stripper. The nigga was scared. The nigga ain't want to do nothing. All of that woofing online. Nigga, I'm right here in your studio right in front of you. Nigga, if you feel so disrespected, then do something. The fuck is you talking about? Nigga, that's all we do in Detroit is fades. Nigga, that's why I keep telling you. Nigga, that's all we do in the city is fades. That's all we do.
That you tried to disrespect me now that I've been talking to you. I don't believe that. I believe that you are the way you are. I am the way I am. And it can clash if people are not educated on how to be around each other, because men can go to war over misunderstanding.
He's throwing an intellectual shot right now.
What am I doing?
So without saying it, he's basically saying, oh, you from a different space, so you don't get the way that we move over here.
Over here or anywhere in the United States of America, and that's not a black thing. I'm talking about Caucasians, Hispanics, and Asians understand the respect level men must have when they're in front of each other because it can trigger war. That's all I'm saying to you.
I understand everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing my entire life. Okay. Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting.
I don't go with.
Maybe I knew what you was gonna do before you did it.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe. But I tell you what. That's a dangerous game to play, especially if you got a life that you live in. Because I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know it was gonna happen like that fast.
I don't like. I don't like when people attack the people around me and they don't keep it on me. See, when I go off on people, whether I'm right or wrong, I'm going at them. When I go off on people, I go at them. When somebody attack my daughter, wife, any of that type of stuff, it don't matter what I did. It don't matter what I did, because that's for me, the rules of engagement is you keep family out of it. So for me, like, again, the rules of engagement is that you keep family out of it. Unless they are a content creator or unless they doing all of that, then you know what I'm saying? If they just regular civilians, you keep regular civilians out of it.
I told y'all before, this is the difference between internet niggas and niggas on the internet. You understand? Now all of a sudden, oh, for me, the rules of engagement, I don't like that. Oh, Lord, Corey, you went too far.
I don't like.
Hold up.
About no beef. I'm about.
Find the right clip.
I don't like. Our entire life, we've done everything to protect our child, ensured that she's never, ever, ever needed anything whatsoever. Pray for me and my family. And at this point, I've been advised not to say anything else about it. So that's all I've been authorized to say. Had a couple emergency phone calls. The only thing that I can say at this point is that I can't say anything else about it. First, I need to go and make sure that my daughter is okay. And so it's a lot of tests. I'm not sure if she got to get pulled out of school for the rest of the year. This may affect her in that way. So I have to make sure that she's okay. She's no longer safe even going to school anymore. We got to protect our babies. Under no circumstances will I ever allow for my daughter to go under. So wait a minute. Are you guys telling me, some of you, because I see the overwhelming majority of you are logical, are you guys telling me that it is okay for people to go after underage children? I have to figure out how to pick up the pieces. I have to figure out how to pick. Corey, he won. Corey and Craig, you win. You win, I give up. I have to figure out what collateral damage happened after that. You guys win. I gotta figure out how to pick up the pieces. Family is in shambles. Daughter is in shambles. Literally having my wife take her over to get evaluate it and figure it out, because crying inside of their principal's office trying to figure out what to do. You don't know what.
See that? You ain't think about that before you antagonize that man? He says you to beat the dog shit out of him. The fuck happened? Oh, that didn't make sense. That wasn't fair.
He talking about how he ran up on this LA, homie. You think you got a pass to come back here after saying that? Homie, I know these boys out here. These boys out here operate in chaos. It ain't supposed to make sense. That's how they do it out here. We do it out here. We operate in chaos.
Man.
Chaos. So I'm just telling you, you think you got me, homie. You dissed more than me. This building was built off the backs of brothers who got it in the streets of LA. And you came up here disrespecting and bragging on it. If you knew who walked through these doors and went up them stairs to smoke with the people who founded this place, you wouldn't have did that. But I'll let the streets show you. You can't perpetrate like you tough on the video and not get them motherfuckers gonna come see what you about, homie. I know they are.
Now, motherfuckers tried to argue with me, and this is before Corey did this shit. I'm sure Corey ain't see little old my channel, but I already knew what the fuck was gonna happen. And no, I'm not psychic, because that's what they was, oh, you manifested that. Nah, motherfucker. I already know how motherfuckers move. Man. Are you popping all this motherfucking shit? You damn right. Nigga about to, bro. Remember I said this shit? I was like, you up in the studio with Mika and a whack ass bodyguard that let this shit happen to you? This shit right here happened to you? A whack ass bodyguard? The fuck? Man, you lucky they ain't bust your chick in her head with a fucking bat or a pipe or some shit. You lucky Mika ain't get her shit cracked wide the fuck open. I'm for real. You lucky your bodyguard didn't get cut or get his shit cracked, like real shit. So I understand that shit. Just like Kojak said in the chat earlier. I ain't surprised what Corey did. I'm not. He wasn't surprised. I'm not surprised. I know American Tradesman wasn't surprised or any of that shit. See? That's why when Cole did that, it didn't shock me. Just like he said, that shit ain't supposed to make sense when you retaliate on somebody. That shit ain't supposed to make fucking sense. If it made sense as a chess player, hell, you might be able to prepare for it. Nah, I gotta hit you how and where when you do not expect it. That's it. I'm not gonna do what you expect me to do. Like, that was, what kind of opponent would that make me, man? Like, I ain't no bitch. You know, so all that people talk about, oh well, but care to step outside. What the fuck? What the fuck? What you want to arm wrestle or some shit? Like, the fuck? You want a box? Man, fuck out of here, bro. Nah.
When I was in your grill, you did not say it. That's why I told D to move. I'm like, oh, I'm finna bust this motherfucker.
He's real shit.
This think I'm joking? And I kept getting him out. Boy, you use your paper to fuck bitches you would normally never be around. You an ugly ass boy. You an ugly ass boy. You brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter?
That nigga got a picture.
This a brag on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened to you? You crashed. That's the broad. Y'all can get the broad off. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Nigga,
that's Cool Mo daughter.
That's who?
Not Cool Mo D, Cool Mo daughter.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, nigga, let me tell you something. Don't make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while. If you don't know, nigga, don't ever brag on no motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the screen. Get dude off the screen, man. Who the fuck is that, nigga? This motherfucking cat. I'm the captain now. Look at it. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, dog. You got to make it where your shit come out with a boy so he can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock because ain't no bitches fucking with you. He was on the internet bragging, I always got a bad bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you, nigga. You ain't no nigga who got bitches. You buy bitches.
Yeah, man. Drop this shit one more time. Might want to come up. You're allowed. You know, y'all want to discuss it. You know, y'all want to discuss any of the other things we talked about. It's cool. If not, you know, I had shit to do in the morning. But, you know, the conversation, I think it's just funny. And I know people are like, oh, you think it's funny that a teenage girl, young woman, you know, child or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because I guess the girl's 17 years old or something, you know, got roasted. No, that's not cool. But it just is. Like, I'm indifferent to this shit. Wasn't my kid. And I wasn't the one that did it. So, the fuck? You know? But I can tell you this much. If I were her daddy, I would be careful of who the fuck I pop shit to on the internet. Because I already know that people know, like, yo, if you really want to get to me, you go with my kids. And you go with my kids when they're in my care. Like when they minors. Now, as adults, yo, they understand the situation. You know, you still try to do everything that you possibly can to protect them. But, you know, they're adults. So you do what you do, they do what they do. I get that. But when they're in your home, they're under you know they're under your care. No, it's 100% your responsibility to protect them. So do I like what happened? Absolutely not. But nah, Anton Daniels, you owe 100% of the blame for that shit. Because you got warned. That man said to you straight up, yo, you got a life that you live in. You be careful. You don't want to lose it. You don't want to end up in shambles, end quote. Since you're a chess player and all, you got to know, hey, this move right here, plus this move, plus this move, plus that move, equals shambles. And you did it anyway? Oh, my bad. You didn't know. Just like old boy that pushed old boy down to the ground with, you know what I'm saying, and got shot. You didn't know he had a pistol and you didn't know he was going to pop it. Oh, but you shouldn't have pulled it. Yeah, but you still dead. You still got a hole in you. Because you put your hands on somebody that was holding a pistol and crazy enough to use it. Like, come on. So I get it. Internet niggas, internet chicks, they're not going to understand that shit. They're always going to be, you shouldn't have did that. The rules are supposed to be such and such, because they're thinking of the rules of a comment thread and a chat box and what people might think and what people might say. And it's like, the fuck, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. The only set of rules I live by is me getting the last goddamn laugh, me getting the last motherfucking word. Fuck you. I ain't losing. No. You ain't fucking losing. And if I do lose, bitch, you about to lose too. Watch. But Anton Daniels saw shit from the perspective of from his own perspective. Like, oh, well, he's not going to want to risk his platform, and he's not going to want to violate YouTube guidelines and lose his channel. And nah, nigga, that's you that actually gives a fuck about that shit. That's you. Oh, he's not going to want me to sue him. That's going to cost him money. Now, that's you that's scared to lose money. Every now and then you might deal with somebody that really doesn't give a fuck, or they're just willing to pay the toll. Or they're willing to risk paying the toll. That's why I played that clip in the beginning. Joe Pesci from Casino. Y'all just crack your fucking head open in front of everybody at the bank. And then, when I get out of jail, I'm going to crack your fucking head open again. Because I'm stupid. And I don't give a fuck about jail. Yeah, those be the motherfuckers you be dealing with. I played that Joker clip. Yeah. What you gonna do with your money? I'm about to burn that nigga. Burnt that shit. Burnt that shit. Well, you motherfuckers are pathetic excuses for criminals. I'm gonna give this city a better class of criminal. That's it. Let these people know that that's it. I'm fucking crazy. Because if people think that I'm sane and logical, people might start fucking with me. Like, I realized that shit early in my motherfucking days. People talk about chess. Nah. Can't do crazy shit in chess because you end up in fucked up scenarios. Fuck that. No. I learned that shit in the poker games. No. If anybody's going to be the crazy one, it's going to be me. Because I'll be goddamned. If I'm seen as sane and logical, that's when people start fucking with you. People start fucking with you and raising you and making you fold and shit. Nah, if anybody's going to be fucking with people at this table, it's going to be me fucking with you, not the other way around. Yeah. Offense is so much better to play than defense. Unless you're on the football field. Hitting is way more fun than getting hit. But still. For real. That's why I say I miss me with the chess analogies. You niggas are novices, man. All you niggas that say that shit, you sound like fucking girls. I hear the women say that shit. Oh, I'm playing chess. That's girl shit. Let them go play chess with each other. Fuck out of here. Like I said, in an arena of men, you're playing a fucking poker game. We want to see your heart. All right? We don't need to see your balls, but you better have some. Pause. You better fucking have some. And a bankroll wouldn't fucking hurt neither. But you better have some heart, some balls, a bankroll, and some brains. Or else you're just something to eat out this bitch. If you're missing any of them 4 things, niggas about to take the rest of that shit from you, man. Learn how to play poker first, and then you motherfuckers might be able to graduate to a Monopoly game. Because, at the end of the day, y'all motherfuckers ain't ready to fucking break everybody. You know what I'm saying? You too scared to get broke. They said it, man. Remember? And I know y'all done heard the word, right? Scared money don't make none. The one thing y'all niggas think saving y'all asses, Anton, that is, that money, that's the one thing holding you back, homeboy. I'm telling you, and y'all can tell that motherfucker I said it. The best thing that can happen to a sack of shit like that is to go broke. And yeah, I call him a sack of shit. I don't give a fuck if he wear Versace robes and glasses and shit like that. And drive nice cars and shit. You're low life. You're low life. In the arena of fucking men that I deal with, look at how Corey got your ass crying like a bitch. Threatening lawsuits. You have no moves. You don't know what else to do. Your words, not mine. Your life is in shambles. Man, fuck out of here, bro. What up, A-Dub? Life is in shambles. I'm in shambles. I don't know what to do. I'm in shambles. I'm in shambles. Oh. Oshay had a video saying, matter of fact, I'm gonna pull that shit up, right? He said, what did he say? Hold up. He said what Corey did to Anton is just pure evil. I'm gonna play that. Because it's the truth. But I'm not gonna call it maybe a little diabolical. A little diabolical. But oh well.
Persona and what he wants you to believe about him, he would believe that the other people that he's engaged in, debates with are not as intelligent as he is. And so one of the advantages that he thought he had with engaging Corey Holcomb was that, number one, he had better intellectual framework than Corey Holcomb. He had more poise and more intelligence than Corey Holcomb. He also believed that Corey Holcomb could not go blow for blow with him. And this was stated not only on the actual podcast, but after the podcast. And this is how we know that Anton Daniels believes he is more equipped than Corey Holcomb is.
War. That's all I'm saying to you.
See, and Oshay played the same clip I had. I had that shit already clipped and downloaded because I already knew the deal. You know? It's like that nigga said, like, bro, this man even gave you a warning, bro. Like, bro, do you really know who you fucking with right now? Like, I will ruin your life. Because I know what's near, dear, and true to you. I'll take that shit from you.
I understand everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing my entire life. Okay. Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting.
Now, I wish you could examine this look that Corey Holcomb is giving him right now. It's not a look of anger. It's not a look of disgust. Almost like Corey Holcomb is in shock. It's like he can't believe that Anton Daniels believes that he's playing chess or that he can't keep up. But this is something that Anton Daniels would repeat.
Maybe you did. Maybe you made the wrong move. I'm a chess player. Maybe you played right into the plan. I'm here, and it didn't go the way that you thought it was gonna go. I'm telling you to your face.
Fast forward. Now, after the entire dust up, we get some more breaking news. A few days later, we would get a clip of Corey Holcomb walking up on Christina Payne. I don't know if you want to call it pushing her in the face or pushing her head back or punching her. Whatever you want to call it is what you can call it. But Anton Daniels was then asked about it on the live stream. And then he would say this.
Kings, Damon Dennis says, AD, what's your take on Corey Holcomb getting arrested for punching that woman in the face, caught on camera, Corey crashing out? I haven't seen it. I have to see it. I don't have an opinion on it. I haven't seen it. Honest to God. I haven't watched it yet. I don't know anything about it. Everybody keeps sending it to me. Everybody keeps emailing me to me.
So he would say he hasn't seen it. He doesn't have an opinion on it. And once he gets an opportunity, he will go ahead and comment on it. And eventually...
Which is a passive-aggressive fucking lie. Which he does that a lot. I haven't seen it. Nigga, you watch clips all day. People send you shit. You upload videos. You react to them. I refuse to believe that you had a viral moment with Corey Holcomb. You know, people sent you a clip of that motherfucker hitting a woman. And you didn't even watch the shit. But you watching some MAGA Trump shit, you know, or some Fox Business shit. All fucking get the fuck out of here, bro. The like that shit is insulting. Like for real. You know, the proof being the pudding, man. Like, and that's why the fuck I be turning up on people, because it's like, dude, either number one, you're a fucking idiot, or number two, you think that I am, or number three, both. 1 and 2. It's A, B, or C, all of the above. Real shit. I believe it's both. You're a fucking idiot and you think everybody else is dumber than you. Common stupid person's mistake.
Anton Daniels would do so. If you guys are on Twitter.
And smart person's mistake too. I ain't gonna lie. You know, both smart people and stupid people believe everybody's as dumb as they are. You know, or dumber than they are. Stupid people think everybody's as dumb or dumber than they are, and smart people think everybody's just dumber than they are, and nobody's as smart as they are or smarter than them. Fucking crazy, you know.
Anton Daniels is doing a whole bunch of tweeting and deleting. I don't know why he's doing that, but he is doing it. And so he did actually review the footage. He says, nobody hates black women more than a black man who puts his hand on one while his friends watch. Woo! To think there are monsters who actually cheered him on while he attacked my family and underage daughter is sickening. Active fathers, protect your children from the Corey Holcombs of the world.
I would agree with Anton right there on that last line. Protect your children from the Corey Holcombs or any motherfuckers who you got issues with in the world. And the best way to do that is to avoid issues with these niggas of the world. That's the best way to protect your fucking children. But you didn't do that. Okay? You popped a bunch of shit to somebody that didn't give a fuck about your wife or your daughter or your colleague. I know where I'm from. That's what it is. Motherfucker about to hit the motherfuckers around you. Remember, hey, they thought I was wrong for that shit, A-Dub. I really didn't give a fuck. I'm like, yo, if y'all don't like how I fucking move, then leave me the fuck alone. I'm a better fucking friend and ally than I am enemy and opponent. The real shit. Or you can just leave me alone. You don't have to be either. You don't have to be an enemy. You don't have to be an opponent. You don't have to be a friend. You don't have to be an ally. You can just leave me be and I won't fuck with you. What up, Candy Cane? But real shit. You're not gonna like how I fight, so don't pick no fight with me. You're not gonna like it. Because I'm gonna come for your sanity. I'm going to come for your sanity. I'm about to rip your heart out of your motherfucking chest. And if you already a crazy motherfucker and you ain't got no goddamn heart, then I guess I might just have to fuck with somebody around you. I might have to totally destabilize your environment. You know? Because that's another thing that these niggas like to do. They like to hang on the 48 laws of power. Fuck out of here. Okay? I read that a few times. It's okay. You know? I'm a Sun Tzu Art of War guy. Fuck all that, you know. I'd rather deplete the resources of you and your allies, contaminate your fucking water supply, you know. Turn your allies into fucking enemies or just weaken them. Whatever, you know. And if you were a chess player, you know that that's likely going to be the counter strategy of your opponent. And you take that into consideration before you antagonize them. But hey,
woo! Now again, this is different. Obviously, seems like his temperament has changed from this.
That's a good point.
To now having a temperament like this.
He won. Corey and Craig, you win. You win, I give up. I have to figure out what collateral damage happened after that. You guys win. I got to figure out how to pick up the pieces.
Now, wait a minute.
There you go. And I played the clip earlier. Play it again. He says he's in shambles.
Then, you know what I'm saying? If they just regular civilians.
Hold up. He said, I'm in shambles. I'm in shambles.
I'm about beef. I'm about money.
I don't like when people attack the people around. Turn damage that can make. Our entire life, we've done everything to protect our child, ensured that she's never, ever, ever needed anything whatsoever. Pray for me and my family. And at this point, I've been advised not to say anything else about it. So that's all I've been authorized to say. Had a couple emergency phone calls. The only thing that I can say at this point is that I can't say anything else about it. First, I need to go and make sure that my daughter is okay. And so it's a lot of tests. I'm not sure if she got to get pulled out of school for the rest of the year. This may affect her in that way. So I have to make sure that she's okay. She's no longer safe even going to school anymore. We got to protect our babies. Babies, under no circumstances will I ever allow for my daughter to go under. So wait a minute. Are you guys telling me, some of you, because I see the overwhelming majority of you are logical, are you guys telling me that it is okay for people to go after underage children? I have to figure out.
See, and remember, I said that, man, y'all gonna have to clip me, man. Where the fuck is my viral moment? He said an overwhelming majority of y'all are logical. See, if you were really a chess player, you would understand real deal game theory. What did I tell you guys about game theory? Okay? You can be the most logical motherfucker that ever walked this earth. But the dynamics of logic change when you are dealing with an opponent and or an enemy. That's fucking crazy, or they're illogical. The dynamics change. Your basic concepts of logic don't mean a goddamn thing when you're dealing with a madman or woman. You may just have to do something that's illogical because they're going to do something that's illogical. So it changes the dynamics. You know? That's why we eat chess players for breakfast. For real. Well, I say, this shit correlates to a poker game, not a fucking chess match. Fuck out of here. You know? And anybody will tell you the biggest mistake that good players, not even professionals, because professionals know. They understand that shit. But the biggest mistake you can make is assuming that your opponent plays like you or is thinking like you. What are you going to do against an opponent that's not thinking or just doesn't give a fuck? That changes the definition of logic. Well, I remember I took the class in college, game theory 101. And they use the nuclear the nuclear analogy. Okay? You're the president, you're dealing with the foreign president, whatever. Okay, you've got your superpower, they're a superpower, you got nukes, they got nukes. The logical thing would be to never fire yours, because if you fire yours, then they're going to fire theirs, and then nobody wants nuclear fallout, right? Cool, that's logical. But what happens when you're dealing with a fucking madman? You know, the other guy over there is Putin or Kim Jong-un or what the fuck ever. Or some other fucking dictator that got a hold of the of some nukes somehow, some way. Now what are you going to do? See, shit like this is what caused an atomic bomb to be dropped on Nagasaki, bitch. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. That's one of those don't fuck with me moves. We're not playing. Okay? All that shit you doing over there in Germany and France and shit. Nah, homie. We dropping them things. Okay? And like I said, to go back to the whole nuclear thing, not only the logical thing would be to never fire yours because they might fire theirs, but because you're dealing with a crazy motherfucker, not only is it in the back of your mind that they might fire theirs, now it's also in the back of your mind that it's a possibility that you may just have to fire yours first. Because this motherfucker might just fire on you. But if you end up firing yours first, now who's the fucking madman? Now who's the crazy motherfucker? Because you're dealing with an illogical madman, now you become the madman. Isn't that some shit? I took this class in college, man. Definitely enjoyed it. Definitely enjoyed it, man. So that just tells me if you are an actual chess player, you're definitely a novice. You ain't very good at it.
How to pick up the pieces. I have to figure out how to pick. Corey, he won. Corey and Craig, you win. You win, I give up. I have to figure out what collateral damage happened after that. You guys win. I gotta figure out how to pick up the pieces. Family is in shambles, daughter is in shambles. Literally having my wife take her over to get evaluated and figure it out because crying inside of the principal's office trying to figure out what to do.
Crying like a bitch. Now you don't know what the fuck to do. I thought you knew everything to do. Remember that? One more time.
The way you are, I am the way I am, and it can clash if people are not educated on how to be around each other because men can go to war over misunderstanding.
He's throwing an intellectual shot right now.
What am I doing?
So without saying it, he's basically saying, oh, you from a different space, so you don't get the way that we move over here.
Over here or anywhere in the United States of America, and that's not a black thing. I'm talking about Caucasians, Hispanics, and Asians understand the respect level men must have when they're in front of each other because it can trigger war. That's all I'm saying to you.
I understand everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing my entire life. Okay. Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting.
I don't go with.
Maybe I knew what you was gonna do before you did it.
Maybe, maybe. But I tell you what, that's a dangerous game to play, especially if you got a life that you live in. Because I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know it was finna happen like that fast.
You keep regular civilians out of it. Let me tell you what I don't like. I don't like when people attack the people around me and they don't keep it on me. See, when I go off on people, whether I'm right or wrong, I'm going at them. When I go off on people, I go at them. When somebody attack my daughter, wife, any of that type of stuff, it don't matter what I did. It don't matter what I did.
See, hey, let me pull this shit off. We done with that part because this is fuck nigga talk right here. That nigga just said it doesn't matter what I did. Doesn't matter what I did. See, this is why this nigga said that he looks down on the dope boys and the hustlers and shit like this. This is why the fuck at some point you move the fuck out of your mama's crib if you gonna sell dope. Or you gonna be out here banging in the streets and shit. Cause you don't want to bring that bullshit to mama house. Or if you got, just like Corey just told him, yo, you got a wife and you got a family, you got a life that you live in, you got to be careful how you fucking moving out here and just talking to niggas. Because somebody might just, not even just fuck you up. Somebody might just fuck up those around you. Just fuck them up. And now you want to establish the rules of engagement. Trust me, I've been through that shit on YouTube and in real life. Real life more times. No, on YouTube, motherfucker try to tell me that shit. Oh, we striking now, and oh, you did this and you did that and you did that. Like, I told you to leave me the fuck alone. Like, I told you. I told you. And now you're telling me how to fight with you. I told you, leave me alone. I'm not the opponent you want. And I'm not going to give you what you want. At least not how you want it. You want visibility? Hey, I'll make you famous. You want attention? All you can eat, motherfucker. Or I just won't give you any. Or I give it to you in the way you don't want it. Look, man, we heard that shit over and over again. And real shit, I had to tell motherfuckers that shit too. Or just show them. Nah, because they don't believe you. When it's like, hey, man. All right, you obviously don't give a fuck what I do to you. So we'll see about them people around you. Because I don't think you can protect them.
Anton Daniels is believing that, hey, listen, Corey and Craig, you guys won. The temperament is much, much different than he had when he was going around on a world internet tour, talking about how he's going to beat up Corey Holcomb, pulling up on everybody's podcast and live stream for the whole last week. But then Corey Holcomb would respond to all of the criticisms from Anton Daniels, and he would do it in a real interesting way.
It's gay. I'm going to tell you right now to your face.
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you, man. You want to talk about everybody else, wife, kids, and everybody, but when somebody say something about you, y'all got to go to therapy.
Damn.
But wait, there's more.
Our chicks was looking dustiest, right? And so I'm looking at these women, and the women's breath stink. The kids is dirty and nasty. Kids is dirty.
Yeah, this is shout out to Oshay. This is Anton talking shit about these women and these children. But I thought women and children were off limits. Right? Ain't that what he said?
And they don't keep it on me. See, when I go off on people, whether I'm right or wrong, I'm going at them. When I go off on people, I go at them. When somebody attack my daughter, wife, any of that type of stuff, it don't matter what I did. It don't matter what I did, because that's for me, the rules of engagement is you keep family out of it. So for me, like, again, the rules of engagement is that you keep family out of it. Unless
y'all got to go to therapy.
Damn.
But wait, there's more.
Our chicks was looking dustiest, right? And so I'm looking at these women, and the women's breath stink. The kids is dirty and nasty. Kids is dirty and nasty.
Hey, look here, boy. I'm going to give you an out. You leave me alone, I'm going to leave you alone. But if you don't, it's going to be more monkey business.
Now, the name of this video is called No Pressure at Anton Daniels. Corey Holcomb decided to go and get a gorilla mask, make fun of Anton. He found some clips, posted Anton Daniels talking negatively about, I believe in this particular situation, the Hebrew Israelites and their daughters and their kids. And what is very comical about this is that Corey Holcomb is having a really good time. And it seems like Corey Holcomb is playing chess, not Anton Daniels.
He's right,
You see, let's go back to that look that I wanted you to see of Corey Holcomb. You see, because Corey Holcomb may not be the man that uses, a lot of big words. He's not the guy that, may remember every politician's name. That's not Corey Holcomb, but we cannot mistake the way that he speaks or the way that he puts his points across or the multiple curse words and derogatory things on his podcast that are said almost all the time, that somehow because he's like that or because he may be somewhat of a bully on the podcast with certain people, that he is stupid. That is what Anton Daniels thought. The real reality is that Corey is very intelligent. He understood the play at hand. Now, I wouldn't have ran this play. There was a reason why Corey Holcomb did what he did. He even talked about it. He went after Mika to break down Anton Daniels' defense. He then went after the daughter to break down Anton Daniels' defense. He went after the wife to break down Anton Daniels' defense. Now, he doesn't have any problems with any of these people. But again, it's chess and not checkers. And it might not be the way that you want to play chess, but he played it that way. And the reality is that Corey Holcomb looks at this like it's just another joke. Now, it might not be a joke to you, but this is how he sees it. He doesn't take any of this stuff with Anton Daniels personal. He's not going to lose no sleep at night. It's almost an evil genius thing to do. And it's wrong to a certain degree because to go after somebody's wife and daughter and all of that. But hey, I know Chicago comedy guys. I was very close friends with a guy here on YouTube by the name of Sinful to P. And it was very similar. He would talk about you like a dog. And he would think nothing of it. It would not be personal. There was nothing that you could say to get him off of his shit. There was nothing that you could say that would make him mad. You couldn't bring up anything against him. He was almost like you could not penetrate his soul, but he could penetrate yours. And many people thought that they had a one-up on him, just like they thought they had a one-up on Corey Holcomb. But the reality is that Anton Daniels got beat at his own game, and he got beat in a day. And this is what I want to tell everybody out there that believe that they have more leverage than what they do. You don't. Woo! There is always somebody more talented than you, brighter than you, and they can get you to play their game. And sometimes it is not smart to play games with somebody else that have some advantages over you. Like, I don't know, going to war with a comedian who will get on his YouTube channel, create a YouTube short, go to a damn park and put a gorilla mask on and say, "Roo, roo, 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 roo," and then tag you to say no pressure at Anton Daniels while you're on Twitter crying foul and leaving sad emoji faces in your statuses when just before you were saying that, well, you know what? You're playing chess and woo, 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 and trying to basically deride your own commentary during the debate, when the reality was you probably were not ready for all of the fallout that typically you did go head on and cause more to it. And so this is the reality of all this. Now you're crying, and I do feel bad for what happened to the daughter. I mean, he did say that the daughter had to get put out of school.
How did Anton add to it?
You not gonna do nothing, then stop wolfing. Either it's up or it's not. Nigga, it's either up or it's not. Or we might as well just go back to podcasting. Because that's all we are. We just podcasting and we content creators at this point. Because don't nobody need nobody to put a battery in their bag. I'm right here in front of your face. Let's shoot one. That's all for the internet, man. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. When he say study the video, go study the video. Nigga was shaking like a salt shaker. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. And I'm not, listen, I'm telling you, it is what it is. I would have beat the dog, I would have dog walked that nigga. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. His hands was shaking like a stripper. The nigga was scared. The nigga ain't want to do nothing. All of that woofing online. Nigga, I'm right here in your studio right in front of you. Nigga, if you feel so disrespected, then do something. The fuck is you talking about? Nigga, that's all we do in Detroit is fades. Nigga, that's why I keep telling you. Nigga, that's all we do in the city is fades. That's all we do.
Grill. You did not say it. That's why I told D to move. I'm like, oh, I'm finna bust this motherfucker. This think I'm joking? And I kept getting him out. Boy, you use your paper to fuck bitches you would normally never be around. You an ugly ass boy. You an ugly ass boy. You brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter?
That nigga got a picture.
This nigga brag on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened to you? Crash. That's the broad. Y'all can get the broad off. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Nigga.
That's Cool Mo's daughter.
That's who?
Not Cool Mo D, Cool Mo daughter.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, nigga, let me tell you something. Don't make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while. If you don't know, nigga, don't ever brag on no motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the screen. Get dude off the screen, man. Who the fuck is that, nigga? This motherfucker cat. I'm the captain now. Look at it. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, dog. You got to make it where your shit come out with a boy, so he can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock because ain't no bitches fucking with you. He was on the internet bragging, I always got a bad bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you, nigga. You ain't no nigga who got bitches. You buy bitches.
And so this is the reality of all this. Now you're crying, you know, and I do feel bad for what happened to the daughter. I mean, he did say that the daughter had to get put out of school, but it's not like people are looking to give you sympathy because simply you said that you play chess. When in the reality, you're not playing anything. You're just playing yourself. And people get beat like this all the time. We see it in sports. We see some team that believes that they're more superior. They're not. And again, when you're walking into somebody's backyard, literally beefs, roasting, being problematic, that's something that doesn't hurt you. Like you can't, like, let me just say this with certain content creators or certain people here online. There is nothing that you can say to them about them that will hurt their feelings. Like literally Corey Holcomb has dissed his own daughter for whatever grievance they have online. Ex-wife, his son. I mean, I've heard him, like, he has cooked his own family member. So, like, once you're dealing with a person like that, there's no reason for you to go and beef with them because that person cannot be dealt with. I mean, beefing with people on all fronts. I just didn't understand why the guy did it. But hey, I guess he thought he was playing chess. Again, and this is going to go back to my larger point. Anton Daniels is a good businessman as far as on content and how to make money online. Anton Daniels, in my honest opinion, that's where it probably stops. Now, he has probably a lot of money. He may understand real estate. But again, that's probably where it stops. Just because you make money, it doesn't make you an intellectual. It doesn't make you smart. It doesn't make you more intelligent than somebody else.
And it damn sure don't make you a fucking strategist. Real shit. And O'Shea is right. I ain't just heard Corey cook his own fucking kids. I done heard Corey say straight up, he don't give a fuck. He'll just make another one when he talk about his damn kids. He was those was Corey's exact words. He said, "I'll just make another one. I don't give a fuck." So that nigga can say that shit about his own kids. What the fuck you think he might just say about yours? Now, if anything, if you was really a chess player, you should have had your daughter ready for that goddamn fallout, mentally prepared for it, all of that shit. And if your daughter and your wife wasn't mentally prepared for that shit already, you shouldn't have antagonized that man. But you're a chess player again, that miscalculated.
It doesn't mean that you understand patterns. It doesn't mean you understand any of those things. And a lot of guys believe that because they're successful and other people are not as hardworking or motivated to make money, then they're stupid. Well, there are a lot of people who are not motivated to make money and don't care about making a lot of money, but they're brilliant. And you do not want to go to battle with them. You don't want to debate them because money is what you're concerned about, but money is not what everybody else is concerned about. And too many people find themselves where they think that money is everything. And because they have that, they have an advantage over everything. When you just have the advantage, probably here on YouTube and whatever else you're doing, you probably don't have an overall advantage or absolute advantage. And this is a key. This is exactly what happens when you lose the chess match that you started. So guys, what do you think?
Now I'm gonna agree with O'Shea right there. And as far as Anton was concerned, his mistake was pretty simple. I think going on Corey's show, even getting into that shit, everything that night was probably gonna work for him. His mistake was everything that happened the next day. Everything he did after that shit. The talking all that cash shit and not just letting his viral moment happen. He'd have been fine. He would have been fine. That shit would have pretty much just ended where it ended. Corey probably would have addressed it, one more time, and that would have been the end of it. He would have been able to grow, let the people on the internet just say what the fuck they got to say. You're going to trend. It was still a viral moment no matter what. You didn't have to fuel the fire anymore. But the son of a bitch was greedy. He was greedy. He tried to make that shit more viral than what it was. He tried to trend in algorithms that possibly he wasn't necessarily trending in. That by going on all of these shows, I'm going to go on Whitlocks, I'm going to go on Illas, I'm going to pull up here, I'm going to pull up there, I'm going to talk about it here, I'm going to say this, and the shit that he even said on his platform, all of that shit. It's like, bro, you brought that shit on yourself, man. That's what it is. So on this, I hit the 4-hour mark. I'm about to get up out of here. He said the Bible says flee from the very appearance of evil. Anton saying he has a bad beat with him isn't exactly fleeing, is it? Nah, I mean, look, it's tough to flee from evil when you are evil. Just keeping it 100. It's pretty tough to fucking flee. And real shit. When they say money is the root of all evil, I think a lot of people misconstrue that shit because it's true that money is the root of all evil, but it should be stated differently. And the root of money is where evil lies. Money itself isn't the root of all evil because money is a byproduct of success. If you're successful, money comes, all of that. There's nothing evil about having money. It's just like you said, George Golden, the love of money. When money is your root, like when everything stems from money, yeah, that's when it's easy to turn evil, and become evil and be consumed by that shit. So, matter of fact, let me play another one.
I heard a video of you telling another man, I'm going to fly you out like one of my chicks. So guess what I told you? I said, nah, I'm going to drive. I said, I'm a different type of cat. I like to drive. Remember I told you that? I'll come to you. Don't worry about it. But then after I start seeing more of the way you bit, run your mouth like that, and I realized, I said, no, your male bravado is caught up in money. It's not caught up in masculinity. See, if you was masculine, you wouldn't be running around here starting fires with people. You speak when spoken to. Now, what I did was, and shout out to Corey Holcomb. I do not agree with Corey Holcomb putting his hands on a woman at all. But shout out to Corey Holcomb for at least being man enough that you put this out on the internet. He didn't come and look at my page and go, F you, Kwame. You doing this. You a sucker. You was on my, you know what? He didn't do that. Guess what? I gave a fair assessment of what I saw. And it's called an opinion, you so-called smart guy.
There you go. Son of a bitch thought he was above reproach. You know, but then he told that man Kwame Brown what he really thought of him. And bam. And he came off half-cocked, ended up having to apologize later because Kwame ain't say nothing bad about him. He just gave an assessment. You know, he could have gave an assessment like I did and just been like, hey, man, nigga, this you. You got 50 employees? Yeah, that means 50 motherfuckers got a bitch for a boss because this is you. I just don't give a fuck. Don't make me no difference. I ain't tagged you in that fucking video, Anton. I don't give a fuck. But I'll be more than happy to pull this up as my avatar if I am ever on a fucking panel with you, and I would just tell you, is this what the fuck it is to be a man? Why the fuck are your reflexes so slow, bro? You got to explain it to me. What the fuck is the purpose of remaining seated and clutching a microphone with the purpose of nothing but to speak into it when a man is up on you? What men told you that it's okay to let another man into your motherfucking arms reach speaking all that hostile shit? What kind of paid security you got that would allow some shit like that? Those are the questions I got for him. You know where I'm from? They'd have bust Mika upside her head with some shit just for sitting in the fucking audience. Or being around you when you prove that you can get bitched like that. And you still on the motherfucking show popping all that shit. Yeah. Your bitch thinks she bad? She ain't all that. Could have hit her with a baseball bat. Real shit. Them chicks would have just bust her in her shit with something. And your bodyguard, they would have took his shoes. Because he horrible at his job if he allowed that shit. Like, fuck. And you just sitting down while a nigga just walk up on you, dog. Like, your whole clique is fucking whack. And you got money, yeah, we about to take that shit from you. Whatever the fuck you got on you, your glasses, your rollie, whatever. And you can file charges on robbery. Don't even worry about it. As soon as the cops come question, ain't nothing, man. We already got the goddamn FedEx receipt, the UPS receipt, whatever. We done already mailed that shit back to Detroit for you, bro. Don't even worry about it. But you ain't leaving with it. We about to take all types of selfies with your shit. Real quick. Real quick. We got the receipt. Hey, man, that shit just came off while it was an altercation. It just came off while there was an altercation and shit. Ain't nobody take it from him. It's all good. Or maybe they did take it from him, but ain't nobody try to keep it or nothing. We just protect it, whatever. Ain't nobody rob him. We already sent that shit back to Detroit. Ain't nothing. We took all types of pictures with your fucking shiny shit. You know? And real shit, that's not because you got money. It's not because your wife and daughter are dark skinned. It's just because you got all that fucking tough talking shit. You coming up in motherfuckers' houses disrespecting them, and disrespect won't be fucking tolerated. Not from no dude, not from no fucking chick, not from no black person, not from no white person, not from no fucking body. Like, that's the way niggas fucking move. But internet niggas, nah. Hey, anything for clicks and views. You'll disrespect motherfuckers, you know, say whatever, pop shit the next day, all that shit for clicks and views, man. Get your ass beat, man. It's all good. Man, on that note, man, I got to get up out of here. Definitely a pleasure. You know, always fun. Make my way around the streets. Unless it's something new. I didn't get to break down the Freezy and Oshay thing. I might do that tomorrow. Might have to change up my thumbnail a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It was fun. I got to go. Shout out to everybody that came through, supported. Appreciate y'all. Peace.